let's not keep people waiting. We know what we all came here for. And that is post-ban list. Post-ban list goodness. How's everyone doing? How's everyone surviving post-ban list, depending on what deck you're playing? We're going to be talking about branded a lot, of course, because this hit for Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Because, of course, yesterday after the YCS, after Triff won his YCS, there was a ban list. We also had a huge ban list stream. 7 hours yesterday. That was my second biggest stream of all time, by the way. Appreciate it. We almost had 400 people in the chat. That was crazy. And we were all there just watching, reacting to the ban list and watching Triff win the YCS. That was one of the best Yu-Gi-Oh moments of all time, honestly. Like, that YCS straight up was one of the best YCSs of all time. Like, between the ban list announcement and then Triff winning, like, in a new format, too, like, great YCS. Great YCS. Like, I think this is kind of unanimous. But, yeah, so I am on the shitty webcam for right now because I'm going to be doing the deck profile. So, you guys see right here that we are locked in. I'm going to be talking with the chat. And then we are going to also do this deck profile and show some combos. Because I think we need to show off some combos for branded post deck list, because a lot of people have a lot of questions. So we're going to be talking about branded post ban list. We're also going to be talking about Triff's Ryzeal list. And, you know, we did do some deck profiles from the Rochester regional from last weekend, which was one of the first regionals post crossover breakers. It happened before the YCS even happened. So, or actually, I guess it happened alongside day one. But so we have a lot of deck profiles there that I'd like to discuss information from. At least there is a branded top 8 deck profile I've mentioned in my Discord. If you're not in the Discord, what are you doing? Because you would have known. But link in the description, or do ! Discord in the chat, and then you will get into that wonderful community that we got going there. But yeah, no, so yeah, there was a top 8 branded list. It was a branded Azamina list. They got top 8 in a 130 person regional. And I asked for a deck profile. They aren't going to be doing a deck profile. However, they're going to send me the deck list, I believe, at some point. And I will be able to upload that and talk about, like, the notes, their matchups, and all that stuff. So hopefully, and if not, we can just discuss branded Azamina anyways, because I think it's notable that branded Azamina topped a regional even prior to this ban list. I don't even think they use Gimmick Puppet too, so yeah, I am kind of just constructing the list right now while we're going to be talking to chat. So if you guys have questions, 44 people in the chat. What's up? You know, I want to shout out, you know, I love branded. I think it's actually going to be a lot better into this new format. Because you guys got to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that a lot of the unboard ceilings have been cut down in half now. Snake Eye is dead with OSS banned. Yubel is hit a lot. Yubel's basically still is almost as good, but like that is a hit. They got buffed too randomly, you know, but that's neither here nor there. And the grind games of the decks aren't as insane. Like, play against Ryzeal, it has a grind game, but it's very tenuous at best. That's why you see Triff using Fiendsmith Ryzeal to win the YCS, because that's just like a better variant than pure Ryzeal. If you're able to play a variant of Ryzeal rather than pure Ryzeal, I think it is actually just better at this point, because you need options to play the game right now. I think branded, nothing changed. Gimmick Puppet died, but now the ceilings are lower in the game, so you can basically break most boards with engine. So I think that brand has a lot to offer in a format like this, honestly. I think that also we should be seeing some buffs probably in the future. Obviously, we didn't get any of this list. They're just it's kind of funny, but Konami's just really, like, I feel like the Gimmick Puppet hit should have happened last ban list. It's very random that it happened this list. Like, obviously nothing happened, or branded did nothing last format. So it was like one of those Maxx circular hits where they hit a card that was problematic in the format before, basically in a ban list for a format where it did nothing. So it is what it is. For that reason, I could definitely, you know, there's always the wave 2 of branded coming, and then also Gold Sark to 2, Grasslook Screener to 2, which are all things that happen in the OCG. You guys might be seeing me cut grass right now. What does that mean? Does that mean we're on our first not 60 card list in a minute? That might be true. That might be true. I've been testing with some branded goats. Shout out to Marat Ergany, you know, top 16 US Nats 2024 with branded, like one of the last like really great branded tops, and in such a tough format. And we randomly ended up playing against each other on YuGiOh Mega, and now we've just been talking about branded a lot. And I was playing Ryzeal, but like he was playing branded. He won a set against me when I was on Ryzeal, and I think I won die roll both times, and then I won the game after that. So I think branded honestly does have a pretty good shot into this new format, all things considered. So yeah, guys, if you guys have any questions about, like, I want to hear your thoughts on the ban list while we make this list, because I do just have to get all the cards together. Also, look at this. Look at this. Shout out to Galzo, man. He's the one who put everyone onto this card. And this is the new gimmick puppet. Like, we are going to be talking about this. I know a lot of people are seeing the ban of gimmick puppet to be a way to stop using like a lock-in branded, and I think that's kind of silly. I mean, I don't think it's silly, because I think it's commendable, because also, like I was saying, this format has a low ceiling, so you don't need the lock. You really don't need this. I just think that this is still a tool in your shed that you need to consider, like having a pure lock, because DD Vice King Requiem, if you've watched any of my Master Duel streams, you know this card is cracked. This card is almost as good as Gimmick Puppet. This card is basically 90% of Gimmick Puppet. And Sanctifier is still legal. So if these things are all true, you know, these are, you know, it's going to be a card I'm going to personally be running, whether it's in my main or side. And that's debatable, actually. I've been going back and forth because of the ceiling issue of this format. I think that Malice and Ryzeal have half the end boards that full power Snake Eye Fiendsmith did. So, you know, you don't necessarily need double board breaker anymore. I mean, board breakers are great against Ryzeal, though, so that's just another thing. I mean, with the new meta becoming a lot more centered with the ban list, with Snake Eye and Tenpai being taken out, you know, we're going to be able to design our decks to be much more focused around Malice, Ryzeal, and then Fiendsmith, kashtira, really Fiendsmith variants, because when we see the new Primite support come out in Supreme Darkness next month, that will be also one of the best decks. And then when we see Blue Eyes come out, that will be also one of the best decks. And then when we see Gem Knights come out, that will be one of the best decks, as we see in the OCG. So there's an upcoming meta, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for branded to do well in that. So I wanted to show you guys a list that I really got a lot of. I took a lot of advice from like Marat on this, because and then also Scene, because like I've been running 60 card lists for a while now. I think in a format where the ceilings aren't as high, you don't need to start your hands with like 8 card hands anymore. You can like afford to cut the Pot of Desires, I think, now, in like Grasslook Screener. I think Pot is actually still good even in a 50 card list. Like, we'll have to talk about that later. Once again, shout Marat. But I would say overall it ends up also, I'm gonna read some chats. I'm just spieling here. I think overall it's more conducive to run a build where I see like branded fusion more often, and also open my board breakers just straight up. I don't have to search into them and play into Droll, and then also just have my starters in my hand. I just don't want to be opening hands of like 4 spells that do nothing in Cartesia, like sometimes is possible in a 60 card build. So in a 50 card build, it's just like much more of a dense deck. So like it's much less likely for that to happen. So that's where we're going with this kind of deck, and we're going to go over it card by card. And Wild, I thought Ido was the way. It's okay, so we're going to talk about Ido versus DD Vice King Requiem, but yes, I am just going to say straight up, we are going to talk about why you should be running DD Vice King Requiem over Ido, the Supreme Magical Being, in branded. I think it's I just think it's pretty definitive in my opinion, but we'll see. Now, I think they're both very good though. You still should play them in the same way though. That's the thing. So we'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it. I do just like how DD Vice King Requiem, there's a few different parts about it that are better. So, like, we'll talk about it. But yeah, what did you guys think about the ban list? Josh Early just tuning in. Is there a link to the deck list for what I've missed? I am currently constructing the deck list, so you have not missed much, my brother. Yeah, I think we could probably just cut that. Yeah. And then... Yep. And cool. Yeah, rest in peace, Alba Lenatus, guys. I don't think Alba Lenatus is really necessary anymore, all things considered, because Tenpai is going to be gone. There's going to be a lot of, like, you could side this for random dark deck or dragon decks, but I think overall you don't really need it at the moment, which is nice. I think that's a good thing. I think it opens up, you know, this ban list opens up our deck for more innovation, so I think that's never a bad thing overall. So... yeah, so side deck, main deck. And you guys can see we have some cool board breakers in here that we're going to talk about, because there is, like, very obviously some board breakers currently in the format, in the new format, that are better than others. Like, you guys wonder why droplets are going up in price right now? We're going to talk about that card and some other stuff too. And also, I did go to a regional, like I said, over the weekend with Ryzeal. I went X3 by the end of Route 8. I didn't end up taking branded, but like that was just more or less I wanted to see how I could do with a non-branded deck since I came back to Yu-Gi-Oh, and I didn't do terrible. My losses were to Vanquish Soul and Heroes though, so that kind of crushed my soul. No, like nothing wrong with those decks, but if I'm, you know, if you're playing the best deck in the room, you don't necessarily want to be losing to those decks. Your cards seem to bend backwards. I had a similar problem a while back. Is the room? Yeah, no, I think I do think I like left my branded cards out for like a week and they started to pringle a little, so like I need to, you can remove the, basically if you just like put, like, I forgot what it is, there's some stuff you can put near them and it basically just like gets rid of that. It's just very common with European cards. It just happens. Polo Pizzetta, what's up? Cujo 1970, hope you are well. I'm glad that you're doing a deck profile with it. I was thinking about DD Vice King was a good choice. That was going to run set. Really, yeah, I mean, if you guys, like I was trying to say before, if you have seen my Master Duel streams, you'll already know how broken DD Vice King Requiem is. Like, we've talked about this subject plenty of times, but like, obviously I know we have new viewers. I'm not going to like hold that against anybody, so I do want to just like go over why DD Vice King Requiem is going to be a card that you're going to want to run, or at least side, I would say, because, like, against decks like Yubel and Fiendsmith, which have unlimited recursion, I think you might actually end up needing, you know, those things. So, we'll talk about that when we get there. Also, yeah, no, we'll talk about cutting branded and white, because this was... I think in a tight build like this, where we're going for bangers on bangers, but just like never bricking, like all my cards being usable, I think I can actually afford to cut a card like that. So I think this, oh yeah, I just have to steal my cards for my Ryzeal list, my chummies, my chumsters. So yeah, okay. Where did I put that over there? Okay. Yeah, no, so we're going to talk about the new format. I thought Ido was the way, so yeah, we're going to talk about that, don't worry. Do you have thoughts on branded deck that topped an OCG Thai Festival series and ran branded Disciples? Not sure if it's any good. Yeah, I posted that list in the Discord. Like, join the Discord. I'm always posting goo there that I don't post on the main channel a lot of the time. That I just don't have time to. It's a nice community there. And yeah, no, I would say branded Disciples, I think that was a strict tournament call. Like, there's no way it wasn't. Like, you just knew what decks that were going to be there. So, like that deck. Wait, your mic is cutting out sometimes? Is this true? Can someone confirm this? Is it scratchy? Yeah, the silica gel packets. Yeah, D-Hero, they're the silica gel packets. That's how you remove the bend in them. Also, let me know how my mic is. 100 people here. What the hell? You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. I love you. Yeah, so shout Triff too. So like, were you guys all watching? Because we were watching, it was like 200 of us watching the finals, I think. That was crazy too. To just see Triff take it all, like one of like the most storied Yu-Gi-Oh duelists of like, or modern Yu-Gi-Oh by far, and you know, very well deserving of kind of doing that. So I it was just crazy to see live, and it was cool to share that with all of you guys. So, you know, congratulations to Triff. And he's, you know, one of the most positive people in the community. It's one, you know, so very well deserving. I do think, you know, just like pushing the positivity agenda, which is a good thing. So, yeah, 100 plus because we got to see that branded dad show us the sauce. Damn. Okay, so facts in the chat, but we're gonna do, yeah, no, I'm a dad at this point. So we're almost there. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. I know it's taking me a minute. Oh no, are those imperms? Those could never be imperms. I would never run imperm in a branded deck, JK. Oh yeah, I do need to get my, huh. I hope I can find my third purrely. I completely forgot about that. Might have to substitute one because I know, or sorry, my third Fuwalos. But there's those. That'd be crazy if I lost a Fuwalos, but we'll deal with it if that's the case. So, yeah, no, let me read some chats. Your mic cuts out periodically. All right, let me know if that's any better, guys. Where are... Okay, so now we're just getting all the cards together. But did you see my regional placing? What happened? Stigmata, spectator, he squeezed in barely 30 seconds to take... I know, that's crazy, right? Mike's good for me. Which lock are we playing now? We are playing the DD Vice King. So, like, if you've ever watched one of my Master Duel videos or streams, you'll probably remember this very obscure card that is... You wouldn't understand without, like, knowing, like, reading the card with Sanctifier next to it kind of thing. So, we'll go over why that is the best option. Also, yeah, no, I can't find my third Fuwalos right now, so you guys, it has to be around here. So, we'll just, you guys will have to forgive me, but this is going to be my third Fuwalos for today. We will definitely, yeah, I definitely, because I came to the, I went to the regional, and I was like, I had 3 Fuwalos on my deck list, and I was like, huh, I don't have it, and then I had to change it, you know, before I went into the tournament. So, yep, we will deal with that. I do think the hand traps are actually kind of decent. It depends on the hand traps, right? Like, Imperm, I think, is, like, the best hand trap in Branded, generally. It's also, like, not that impactful, but it's quite good against Ryzeal, so that's why I like it. It also doesn't play into D-Barrier, and it kind of stops them from setting up a board that we really care about. Big Slaps, which lock are we going to play now? We'll go over it. DD Vice King. I've been scrapping the lock playstyle to run Dragoon and Colossus. How do you feel about that? Yeah, no, we'll talk about that, too, because we are also running the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord in this list, so I think there's a lot of merit to doing something, you know, running something else. All right, so that should be the list. Should be the list. Just gotta sort it out now. And get my side deck together. Cool. But yeah, no, guys. What was your opinion on the ban list? Who was here for the ban list stream? We had like 400 people in here. I'm thinking about rocking Ido in the Nadir package. Yeah, I think Ido's just fine. It's not like there's a huge difference between DD Vice King Requiem, but I think there are 2 points which make it better. I need the sushi guys list from Primite Sushi Ryzeal. I know that guy was cooking. I wasn't able to view the feature match. Also, what's up? How's it going, Magic Geek? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, no, that was, I heard that happened and I was just like, that's so goated. That really is goated with the sauce. I think we probably do still have to side D barrier. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. We probably do just have to side the cross out. Do we not? Yeah. I don't know. D barrier is kind of rough this format. Yeah, probably just do that. I don't really like that either. Yeah, we really can't run cross out. It's probably just because we can play Nadir and Fusion duplication to play through the cross out. Or sorry, the duplication. No, sorry, the D barrier. Like, we are kind of built different in terms of playing through D barrier, I think. We have tons of options for doing that. So it's never, like, really the end when you get D-barriered as a branded player. Where it is when you're playing, like, pure Ryzeal, for instance. Like, I got D-barriered all weekend. That was a exhilarating experience, as anyone could imagine. Mic's all good. Thank you for letting me know. No issues with your mic. Thank you, Polo Pizzetto. Wolfie, what's up, dude? How's it going? Is that my man? I can hear you fine. What's up, Cujo? On Wild TV. Nice to see you in the chat, my man. Bringing the positive energy as per usual. Stigmata, by the way, do you think what about Light of the Branded? Light of the Branded is interesting. That's a card that deserves more cooking that I currently have not dedicated the time for, so it's just kind of what it is at that point. I think we could definitely do something with it, but yeah, so I wonder if I would just want nah, I don't want to throw in those. I definitely didn't. Maybe just that. No. Yeah, okay. So, oh yeah, I was like, there's some missing cards here, like evenly matched, our best board breaker. I was like, hello, and then also a D barrier. Oh, and then also, yeah, there's my talents. Okay, cool. We got everything. Time to sort things and get this deck profile on the road for the folks in the chat who have been patiently waiting. I appreciate everybody. So, what's the best ratio for branded post-ban list? I mean, I you know, it's the first day after the ban list, but we are, I'd say going something safe for like 50 is pretty good right now, because if you can just see branded fusion, you're doing really well versus Ryzeal already, right? So like, I think that's something to consider. So maybe just like having more of a low to the ground like build might help. We'll see, because having the gas could be nice, but like some of those hands with one branded fusion and the lack of extenders kind of can hurt against Ryzeal when they have like a ton of hand traps, and then they put you on top deck, and then you are forced to top deck like 5 cards on like 50 cards, and you can't hit an extender because you're running so many cards in your deck. So that's just like my issue with 60 card that I've found testing against Ryzeal and Malice, especially now with this new format being hella more focused around those decks. I think that's, you know, something you just straight up have to take into consideration, right, guys? Okay, so I'm like, where's my Called by the Grave? That's a good card, I've heard. Did I just... That's interesting. Maybe I left it in the deck box over there. Nope. Just looking for my called by right now, guys, and then we'll be there. Oh, Artifact Lancia. That's a card I do want to talk about as well. Hey, what did I miss? You didn't miss much. Why not play 40 card branded? I've tested 40 and 45. We tested it a little bit on stream actually the other week. Can also talk about branded banishment. I just think overall the issue with 40, 45 is like your grind game isn't there and you're just missing too many options in my opinion. I'd rather at least play 50 and have like most of my options, you know, and then see more wholesome hands, I guess, is the way to describe it, I think. Where, like, my cards have a lot more value. I don't have to search into them. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, no, well, I'm just gonna use my basic ultra rare called by. Yeah, no, I'm just missing some cards, but we'll find them. That's what happens when you own a bunch of cards, I guess. Alright. Side deck there. BANLIST was good. I wish Engraver was reprinted in an OTS or something. See, that's what I'm saying. That card's like $100, so I don't see how that card doesn't get reprinted. Although I'm also about to be picking up a playset of them because, like, I want... You know, if Ryzeal Fiendsmith just won the YCS and we are going to have to be under this ban list for 5 months, if I'm going to any event, I'm going to probably want Fiendsmith to be in my, you know, option well for Ryzeal, and then I could just move them if I end up just wanting to play Melodious or Pure or Branded for that matter. All right, so don't need the third Cartesia. You heard that first. You heard that here first, folks. Yeah, this is probably just fine. Still run this. Bestial Saronir, we don't need that. 3. Don't worry, this is not the deck profile. Trust me. And then, yeah, cool. That is everything. 120 people right now. What's up, guys? I appreciate y'all over on YouTube. 5 people over on Twitch. Yagi on the chat. How's it going, Yagi? Nice to see you, my man. Galnaris, what's up? I just picked up Tenpai stuff on Saturday. Bro, rip. Dude, you'll be fine. I think Tenpai is still playable if you still want to play it. It's just not going to be, like, the best deck anymore. And it happens to everybody, right? That's just, like, the cycle of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I just learned some new lines. Like, I heard you can't play Shifter now, so you probably want to remove Shifter from your Tenpai deck and then go from there. It's just like with Branded. Like, they just remove Puppet. I'm gonna use new lines. Unfortunately, you don't have as many extenders as Branded, but, like, I think Tenpai will definitely, like, you have, there's the same hits in the OCG, and Tenpai continues to be a deck there today. What's your opinion on Melodious? I think Melodious is really good as an engine in Ryzeal. Do you like the lead up on that? I'm like, it's a really good deck. It's a really good engine. I think it's an okay deck. I think it's a really fair deck. I think that and it can run a lot of hand traps. I think it's just a bit too low to the ground to compete with the current decks as a pure deck. So I think as an engine, it's pretty good. But, you know, I like... What's up, JG? Thanks for subscribing. I gotta put that over here. Thanks for subbing over on YouTube, buddy. I appreciate it. Road to 10,000 subscribers, guys. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Help out the channel. So, yeah, no, we're going to be talking about all my choices. We're going to be talking about the real impact of what gimmick puppet ban means for branded. And if you've been playing Master Duel for a while, you're gonna already know the spiel. But you know, we'll get into it and like also translate it for TCG. EPA, personally, I think adlib is one of the ways to go. People can't predict what branded main boards are since they can be really varied. Yeah, I was actually very close to doing adlib in this build. And we'll talk about adlib for that instance. That's why I pulled out the adlib anyway. I think adlib's great. Nothing wrong with adlib, guys. But their Fiendsmith grind game, kashtira grind game, like YuGiOh grind game, you know, we'll have to see how good YuGiOh is, but I'm predicting it's still gonna be fine. You need Vice King. I mean, YuGiOh can't go second, that's the thing, so I guess their grind game is weak. However, I think Puppet might just be, or sorry, Vice King or like an Ido still might be nice for those types of decks. It's either that or Adlib. So, and we have the luxury of this thing in the TCG. Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. This card is crazy. This card is custom as hell, and this makes, like, I wish I had this in Master Duel because branded would be so much better in Master Duel in my opinion if we had this. This card's crazy. So this card's custom as all hell, especially in a context with like a puppet. So we're just gonna have to start leaning on this card a little bit more, which I think in theory could actually just start making us play the deck maybe more optimally, because there are a lot of lines where you can just puppet lock and go lad, and it's very good. A lot of people were just not doing that before. GZ1K, nice to see you. Trying to find something to replace the Snake Eye stuff in Fire King while I don't have Azamina. The Snake Eye stuff in Fire King. So yeah, I think like Pure Fire King is going to be the way, and there's a lot of OCG players who have messed around with Pure Fire King, so I'd look over for lists on that for Pure Fire King. There's also, I think, been a couple Pure and TCG that have topped, so I'd see like what the, you know, go off of those skeletons and kind of base and like make your build based around that. And like right, appropriate it for the current format. Okay, no 3 high spirits, I know. Also, Voiceless Voice. I think Voiceless Voice is a fine rogue deck. I just think it's kind of weak into Ryzeal. So, I mean, because Voiceless can main a lot of hand traps, but also it's hard to hand trap Ryzeal. So, like, and they lose to, like, 2 hand traps unless you're, like, on the Nadir build, and then you might require 3, and Ryzeal can facilitate all that. Also, Ryzeal just cracks the whole board, so I think Voiceless has a huge issue. Same like Centurion, like they just use so many face-up spells and traps that, like, the more face-up spells and traps the deck relies on, the worse it is against Ryzeal, just straight up, because Detonator just loves that kind of environment. For it to just pop a whole board and make it so you can't resolve your continuous effects. It's crazy. Oh, where are my thrusts? I was like, I knew I was missing something. Alright, so... It's crazy if I can't find my throws. We are doing some last minute searching. So, excuse me, guys. But I'll read some chats. I think Branded isn't tier 0 because nobody... Also, I don't know who followed. Oh, thanks for subscribing, G. So Brandon is going to use DD Vice King, right? I mean, that's definitely a play. I think it's personally what I'm going to use if I'm playing Branded, like, because I've already used it in Master Duel enough, and it's super... I'm not saying to base your testing in TCG around Master Duel at all, but I just know in practicality the effect of the card is very strong and similar to Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, so it's like basically 90% of Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, so overall I think it's quite a fine option. Oh, so yeah, I definitely, my thrust is probably with my Molcharmy somewhere, if I had to guess then. Trying to see. I'm gonna bring my mic over here. You guys can hear me a bit better. I'm gonna look for my cards as we do this. Hopefully. So what about manning Super Poly? Yeah, you guys can please ask me some questions about the format because I'd love to answer them about Branded and the like. Yeah, no. So those are not Russ. Ra's Disciple is a budget option. I mean, DD Vice King is budget. It's a super rare, I'm pretty sure, unless it went up in price. I think Branded isn't tier 0 because nobody understands to play it. I mean, I think that was true before Branded Fusion went to 1. And before Fiendsmith came out. I think that was actually basically true. Like, I think in kashtira format, if people were playing Branded like they knew how to play Branded now, like, Branded would have been the best deck. Like, there were just so many combo lines that, and, like, more optimal, like, lines that we should have been doing. It was crazy. And also, just, like, the technical play behind the deck. It was just, like, I don't know. The deck's developed a lot since, so can't really blame anybody. That's just how decks work. Branded Fiendsmith? I don't know. We're going to have to try that now that I'm getting engravers, apparently. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going across my room to see if this is where... No, oh, I do have a Fiendsmith in Paradise. I need to actually pull that. That was just really random. So I'm trying to think if it's over here. Oh, it's probably in here if I had to guess. Yeah, here's my 3rd nib. Called by... Yeah, there's 1 thrust. There's a Zeus. There's a called by. Thanks for subscribing. I think you just subscribed on I gotta double check what you just subscribed on, brother. But IBF XD, thank you for subscribing. Let's see. Did my man just actually... Yeah, my man just used his Twitch Prime. Thank you for the 1 month, IBF. Believe that was 1 month. Thank you. Appreciate you, dude. Lurker in the chat. Now, message me on Discord if you want to be a part of the members-only channel where you can get all my early deck lists. And also now you can get early videos as well. Or, sorry, exclusive videos. So we found those, which is a good thing. Oh, yeah, no, I think... There are more, right? There were just, like, more cards around, I'm pretty sure. No. Okay. So, we're almost there. We got 1 thrust and 1 of the nibs. Also, shout out to Ultimate Slayer. This is something that we could also potentially run. We just would have to run an Exceed. So, obviously, we could just run Myriad Logic Aggregator. I don't think this is a bad option, really, into... Obviously, it's really good into Ryzeal, but... Brown Recluse TCG been enjoying the high Bastille count with Spheres and Dissipator more. That's not bad either, the Synchro variant. Change the Twitch sub notification to be different from the YouTube one. Like the noise, yeah, that's not a bad idea. You might have to DM me that if you want me to actually remember that. Oh, but that's a good suggestion. How would branded Fiendsmith work if our best cards lock us? It would be more of a... It would be more, or it would be the synchro variant. So you would use a lot of Queb and Cartesia plays. I can turn up the music a little bit, but... What sleeves are you currently using? I'm using KMC whites. I also sometimes use the Dank Ritual sleeves because they are nice. The Dank Ritual mats. I just like matte sleeves personally. Can they use your DD Vice King as a material for a link or the effect of Vice King to stop it? You can't use it as a link. You can only tribute over it. And so that means you just have to make it so you don't normal or you already make it. So you make it so you waste your opponent's normal summon before you really like Vice King lock them, but we'll talk about it. You look like Ian Hecox from Smosh, OMG. Do I? That's crazy. I used to watch Smosh so much back in the day. That was like one of my OG favorite YouTubers, so I guess that's a compliment. How's it going, Zakaria Almer? How are you doing, man? I'm doing great, honestly. It's great when I'm able to stream, come out, see my community, talk branded, talk new format. It's BANLIST week, you know. It's the best time of the month, of the quarter. Is White Forest a good combo with branded? I think it was a lot better with 3 branded fusion. A lot of the combos just really were nice with branded fusion at 3. Anyone know if having mismatching extra deck sleeves is okay at a regional level event? Random question. Is definitely not. You want to have all your sleeves matching. And if you're double sleeve, they have to be different. They have to be fully sealed. So like, you know, one backwards, one right side. Got my cards out, ready to copy and paste the list as unexplored YuGiOh. Let's go. Is this the end of branded? No, Daquan Stevens. This means nothing for that. Like, Puppet has been banned and branded in Master Duel for like almost a year now, it feels like at this point. And it hasn't really done much to the deck. The deck is still consistently one of the best decks. Antonin below, do you play White Forest branded in this branded deck? Or a Stellar? We'll talk about a Stellar, but I don't exactly play a Stellar in this list. Which lock? Yeah, right. Yeah. Exotica Drago, it's just context by context alone that I could tell who fully relied on the 3 branded fusion, who know how to play the decks as Exotica Drago. Do you mean like with 1 to 3? Or with 3 to 1 branded fusion? Matte sleeves are always the best way to go for best shuffling. Is that true? I mean, I personally like it because, like, I feel like the non-mattes get so dirty. I think that's because I have, like, just generically sweaty hands, unfortunately. Okay, so... Alright, so hopefully they're in here somewhere. That would be nice. If not, we might legitimately have to proxy thrust for some reason. I'm usually like, oh, I have my thrust. For some reason, I don't. We could just not run thrust, but no, that would not be how that's not how I want to run the deck profile. Oh. Oh, I know where they could be. Where is my tin? Where is my tin? There it is. They have... Oh, yeah, they're definitely in here for sure, for sure. But then it's like, Yeah, no, if I lost to Fuwalos, that's super unfortunate, but, like, I don't know. That's also probably why I shouldn't be letting people go through my tins at events when I'm not looking, but we will We will see. Apologize for the holdup. You guys know I always come through here with my thrust. It's usually not an issue. Let's see. Nadir stands Rise. I love Nadir. Yeah, I'm still running Nadir personally because it still helps you get to full combo, so I don't dislike the card. Also, it provides for really there's one of the there's one thrust. It provides for really nice side patterns. There's the other. Let me just see if my Fuwalos is in here quickly. Because if not, it's probably just on my floor somewhere, which is kind of crazy. But that's probably how it is, actually. At least I have my thrust, right? Killing Tenpai was deserved. I completely agree. Alright. We can start the deck profile. Taking out the ugly called by, though. Hell no. We ain't running the... Now let's see. We have 50 now. 15. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. 45. 51. I think we're at 51, so I'm gonna just say whatever on that. That's fine. And then we need the Nibiru. Because I want this for Malice. I feel like this cracks Malice super hard, so... Cool. 5, 10, 15... Yeah. We could just take out that and put in Blazing. Cool. Let's do this. Let's do this. What you guys have been waiting for. Honestly, Branded Fusion to 1 wasn't necessary. What do you think of Malice? I think Malice is incredible. What's up, Nick, in the chat? I would play Malice. I should have gotten a Malice core, but like that's also a much harder deck to play. Like I was listening to Jeff Jones talk about it, and you gotta give Malice duelists credit because like there's a huge difference between a bad and a good Malice duelist. So let's get into the deck list. So this is going to be my post-ban list branded deck profile, guys. With the most recent ban list, we saw Gimmick Puppet Nightmare go to 0. Now, some people have been wondering, what does this mean for the future of branded? And overall, I'm here to tell you that branded is just fine. I think when you consider everything, that Master Duel has had Gimmick Puppet banned for a while, and it's not an issue over there. And like I mentioned before, you know, that's never something to base your deck around. However, I think overall we've seen that a lock is very good, and even without Gimmick Puppet. So there's a lot of, or the deck's very good even without Gimmick Puppet. So overall, we're just going to show you guys the new list, what you guys probably should be trying to run for the new format in order to combat Malice, Ryzeal, and Fiendsmith, because of course the ban list basically nuked Tenpai, hit Yubel, and it nuked Snake Eyes. So you know there's going to be a more of a coalescing around Malice and Ryzeal as the best decks. So we are going to have to change up the build in order to, combat that kind of meta, because at the end of the day, the ceiling of Ryzeal, the ceiling of Malice are much lower than what we've been dealing with. So that's why I've chosen to go to a 50 card build, and we'll explain my choices card by card. And yeah, no, we'll get right into it. So we'll skip the really simple stuff and talk more about just like the meta impacts too. And then also I'm going to show you guys some combo lines at the end. Also, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Let's try to get to 60 likes on the stream, guys. I'm down to roast deck list tonight because there's so many people in the chat. So make sure to leave a like. If we hit 60 likes on the stream, we will roast, or let's see what we are even at right now. I'm calling it 60 likes before I even see it. Yeah, 60 likes. We're at 25 likes right now. I know we can get to 60. We will roast deck list later. So that means if you post your deck list in the Discord, you will also get it. I will review it on stream. So make sure you're a part of the Discord and all that fun stuff. Let me drink some water before I get into this huge deck profile. Also, say hi to YouTube. All right, so 3 Luber, 3 Fallen of Albaz, 2 Cartesia, and then 1 Quem the Virtuous. I think that these have basically been cut down a little bit because we are now on 50 cards. So we no longer have to run 2 Cartesia, and the 2 Quem isn't as necessary. Although it is still a very good option even without Puppet, because a lot of people might ask, is 2 Guignol good or bad post-ban list? I think 2 Guignol is still pretty good post-ban list, because you're still wanting to send to the graveyard things to help you make your end board better. So Quem helps you facilitate in that, but I think 1 obviously helps you not brick on it going second, and that's what this build is trying to do. I don't want to be going normal summon Quem into a Ryzeal board. I'm probably losing that game, so that's why I'm not going to be running 2 at this point. And then the 2 Cartesia is more of a consistency thing. Just not trying to overload my hands with them. And then 3 Albion the Branded Dragon. And then 1 Kit, Spriggan's Kit. And then 1 Mercurier. And then 1 Despian Tragedy. I think that Albion still ends up being our best consistency point in the deck. It's just a +1 at the end of the day. So without having to run draw power, this is kind of your draw power. And Tragedy is a card I really want to cut because I'm not running Foolish Burial in this deck. However, I've talked to Scene from DB, shout out to him. He made a really good point to me the other day, how having Tragedy, it's such a good card in a grind game, and just for technical play too, because you can send this off a Branded Fusion, chain block your Lubellion at any point, also while setting up follow-up for the next turn, because it's a Branded Retribution basically in the graveyard on the turn you didn't activate its other effect. So it's very good in that respect, and it's kind of uncuttable even when you're not running Allure. It's just such a good card to have. It's one of your better bricks, but it's definitely a very cuttable card. So it's kind of without Foolish Burial. However, we are running Gold Sark, so that's why we want another target, and then 1 Mercurier. Because Mercurier is so much more important now too, because if you aren't always going for the lock, Mercurier ends up being one of your best choke points. So yeah, can't cut that. So then 1 Bestial Lubellion, and then 1 Bestial Saronir. We are not running anything more than this. I do like, I want to test the waters with Bestials this format, because obviously Bestials are great versus the Fiendsmith variants. However, you also play into the kashtira stuff, which is mainly what the Fiendsmith variants are at the moment. So I don't think that Bestials are actually very good right now, because the Snake Eye deck is dead. Fire King is probably dead too. Neither of them are going to be running Azamina anymore. And that's where the Bestials were really good last format. So I think overall, only running these are just fine. I think we are also siding a Magnamut. So like, you know, if I need another target, we can get it from there. But I think these two, you know, chain blocking with Saronir and then Lubellion getting your branded lost plays, still just some of the most power plays you can have in this deck. And we're only on 50, so you're going to be opening up Lubellion a lot more, which is nice. So having them at those singleton ratios, not to brick on, is really also important. And so let's get into our monster bricks. 1 DD Vice King Requiem. So this card, we're going to talk about this because a lot of people are not familiar with this card. Because they don't play Master Duel. So, DD Vice King Requiem. This card is the new Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. Say hello to him. So this card is a level 8 Dark Fiend monster. So what should that immediately tell you as a branded player? I'll give you 2 seconds if you want to put it in the chat. That basically means that it synergizes with your best extender in the deck, Grand Guignol. This card can be sent off a Grand Guignol, which is super important. There are 2 targets now that are very similar. It's this and YuGiOh, the Supreme Magical Being. I'm going to put it up in a graphic on the post video for the people at home. We will just have to describe YuGiOh to you. Or right now I'm on the stream. But DD Vice King Requiem says when this card is on the field. Here, let's read it specifically. Excuse me, sorry. I gotta drink some water. Alright, so this card basically says, you cannot special summon monsters except DDD monsters. Period. That's all it says. So that means if this is on your opponent's field, they cannot special summon whatsoever. There is not a single DDD top in the last, 3 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! This will not be played around. So, in terms of, your opponent going into a DDD card, unless it's Master Duel, right? And you're playing in silver. But, I think overall, it's not a lingering effect. So when you compare it to Gimmick Puppet Nightmare was so good because it was a lingering effect. When it hit the field, its effect just happened, basically, on the resolution of the chain, where as long as it hit the field, your opponent could not special summon for the rest of the turn. There were ups and downs to this because this means your opponent could just special summon on your turn. This card just says flat out your opponent cannot special summon as long as it's on the field, essentially. So when you give this to your opponent, what you do is it goes through the same combo line as Gimmick Puppet, essentially. You send this off a Grand Guignol, you set up your Mirror Jade and your branded red with branded loss, and then you send this off a Guignol, and then you can, under branded loss protection, go Mirror Jade, or go Sanctifier, target DDD Vice King, and give it to your opponent, and then give yourself a monster. Now, you might say, it's only on the field, MetaGamesGX. This means it's much worse than Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. It is worse in certain senses, because with Gimmick Puppet, you could not play around it. So good players could not, outdo it, or you could not play badly into it. I think DDD Vice King, if you play well, it's actually just as good as Gimmick Puppet for the most part, because the only way to out this card is to tribute summon, essentially, over it, or to use a card effect that tributes it, but doesn't special summon a monster. So, for instance, Deception of the Sinful Spoils could out this. Luckily for us, Azamina is about to not be in the meta until Suda, and that will only be Azamina White Forest, which is not going to be looking to be a tier 1 deck. The thing that makes this card very interesting is that it is a pendulum monster. And if you didn't know, pendulum monsters cannot be sent to graveyard for cost while they're on the field. They have to go to the top of your extra deck when they go to the graveyard. So this means this card cannot be sent to the graveyard for cost off a Forbidden Droplet. Forbidden Droplet is one of your biggest enemies as a branded player. This card says Forbidden Droplet does not out me. So this card plays around Forbidden Droplet very well, which is very cool, because it's a pendulum. Because it needs to go the pendulum to the top of the extra deck. Now, you might say the other thing is, well, so when this card goes to the graveyard, or when this card's destroyed, it's going to go to the top of your extra deck, MetaGamesGX. You don't want it on the top of your extra deck. Well, I say to you, and shout out to a chat viewer who like pointed this out one day. It was crazy. You can go Grand Guignol on summon, Grand Guignol effect. Send the DDD Vice King on the top of your extra deck because it is a level 6 or higher light or dark monster in your extra deck. It counts to be in your extra deck. It's your 16th card in your extra deck at that point when it goes to the top, because that's how pendulum mechanic works. And you can just you can keep Puppet Lock or DD Vice King locking your opponent. So I'll show off that combo more at the end. But so it has recyclability, which a lot of people say it might not be good. And then it can't be sent by droplet. There's a card called YuGiOh the Supreme Being, which was just reprinted in Rarity Bonanza, I believe. And this monster essentially says you can, is it, here, I'm gonna get it up here on the screen. I can show it to you guys on, here, let's do this super quickly. So this is YuGiOh. YuGiOh the Supreme Magical Force. You cannot special summon or normal summon set monsters. You can only control one YuGiOh. Once per turn during the standby phase, after this card was destroyed by card effect and sent to the graveyard, special summon this card from your graveyard. If you do, destroy all their monsters you control. So basically, you cannot normal or special summon monsters. This card's very good. Oh yeah, you can't see me either, but you'll see me in a minute. This card's very good, but the issue is you can tribute set this monster. It says you cannot summon or normal set monsters, but you can still tribute set on YuGiOh, which is how the ruling works. I'm like almost certain we've talked about this in the branded Discord. So, and it can also be sent off a droplet. So if you give your opponent YuGiOh and they just droplet it, you're going to be looking silly. And then there's also ways to make it even as good, if not better, than Gimmick Puppet. Because if you just wait for your opponent to normal summon, then DD Vice King Requiem, what are they doing? They can't tribute over it. Like, if they go normal, like, no, or whatever, what's the most normal summon Sword Ryzeal, okay? And then you give them the Vice King. They can't tribute over it with, like, a Lancia or something they might have sided in or something for some reason. So the only way to get rid of this is tributing it, and you can get rid of that function. So it's still very good. That was my long spiel on Vice King and why essentially, as long as Sanctifier, as long as this broken card is still legal, you locking in branded is not dead. And like I've mentioned before, Brandon has been doing just fine in Master Duel with that. So that's the end of the spiel on DD Vice King Requiem. We'll talk about more when I show off a combo with it. And yeah, just a negative of YuGiOh. Fire King can destroy it. It can board wipe you. Just a negative of YuGiOh. Yeah, exactly. Like that's another. There's like 3 negatives of YuGiOh. Well, if they play Magic Key Engine, bro, yeah, I know, right? Like, then you just get blasted. Can be flipped. Dueling Mirrors. For those wondering, it can be sent to grave if it's not on field, but the opponent will always be sending it from field to from grave. You will never. It says Gold Stars. Also Dark Hole, but the thing is, Tenpai's dead. So, yes, Dark Hole is another out for the DD Vice King Requiem and YuGiOh, but Tenpai also coincidentally just died. So we are not going to be seeing Dark Hole in decks unless Ancient Gear becomes the next best deck. So now for the rest of the bricks, we just have a Dogmatica Maximus because we are running the Nadir package. It's a really good summon off of your Grand Guignol too to play through Nib, which there's a ton of Nib this format. So I do just like this for the Nib actually. I'm not even running Garura. It's like just good to summon off a Nib. Or just like if I have a turn 3 Maximus play. And then we run 3 Molcharmy Fuwalos. I think this card, also I can't find my third, so sorry guys. Hope, cross your fingers I find it. But either way, I think Molcharmy Fuwalos and a 50 card build, you're going to see it a lot going second. And this basically means you win against Malice. You auto win against Malice when you see this card, and you have such a better chance against Ryzeal when you see this card. Also, you don't just like auto lose to decks like Mermail. You need this for Mermail, stuff like that. So, overall, I think like, you know, overall, I think this is still a great card to run. I don't think it's needed by any means. You could run like 3 other board breakers instead of this. I know a lot of people don't love Fuwalos. Or you could run like 3 Pod Desires. I just figured this would be a great way to cripple my opponent's board and give myself a great going second. Also, it's a high spirits bridge, so. I know a lot of people don't like... I just want to say now, you don't have to run the Fuwalos. Just run another board breaker, but I do personally just... I like Fuwalos. It was one of those cards that came up a lot this weekend. Also, guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe too. I would appreciate it. I do really appreciate it. All right, so now let's get into the spells and traps. 1 branded fusion. We are also giving away this branded fusion. If we hit the amount, or I think it's like 90 subs that will give away this branded fusion. It's my personal German spiral branded fusion I've used in all my branded duels, basically. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite possessions, and we're going to be giving it away, so definitely look forward to that. But of course, 1 branded fusion. Hopefully they bring this back to 2 or 3 in the future list, because they did ban Gimmick Puppet, so there's no real point in having this at 1, in my opinion. And then 2 branded in high spirits. I would like to run 3, but we're also at 50. I don't want to brick on it as much, because seeing like this in double thrust is terrible. So I don't ever want to see multiples of it. So running it at 2 is just great, because we're also playing Nadir Servant. And then 1 branded Lost. It's still one of our most broken cards. I had to switch to the English version of this. I used to have I have a foreign version of this, but the English, or no, this is a Euro English, but I had to switch from like my Italian, because I got so many judge calls just because it was foreign. And then 3 branded opening, and then 1 branded in red, and then 1 branded retribution. So no branded in white. Shout out to Marat. He was like, you don't really need it in a 50 card build. I think you're kind of going for like, you know, you're resolving branded fusion in this build kind of thing. I don't think that branded in white is going to necessarily be a thing you need to hold you down. So it's something I'm testing right now. And then 1 branded in red, because we aren't running desires, so I don't have to like run the second one. I do love branded in red at 2, but the second one kind of feels bricky when you're not running desires. So, and then retribution's nice. I was thinking about running blazing branded king, but that's why we're also siding it. And then for the generic board breaker package, which I think is one of the most important things for this new format to pay attention to for branded, is 3 Book of Eclipse and then 3 Forbidden Droplet. So I think these are the best board breakers right now, this format. Yes, Shifter is in the game. However, Droplet cleans up all the meta boards if you don't see Shifter. So as long as Malice doesn't Shifter you, Droplet's great even in game 1. And even in some Malice decks weren't even on Shifter, to be honest. So that's just something. And then it literally just cracks Ryzeal. It's great on the detonator. It's a quick play. It's really important in that situation to make your Ryzeal opponent like play into it, essentially, and like target all your stuff with detonator, and then go droplet, send the detonator targets, still just like continue to play. And then Book of Eclipse is incredible right now. There's so much nib right now, so if you just chain Book of Eclipse on nib, you're chilling right now. And then you can fuse face down monsters. It's also incredible going first, because there's so many imperms and Veilers and Mourners. So like Book of Eclipse helps you dodge all of those effects, because you go normal summon a Luber and then they go imperm and you chain Book of Eclipse, and you basically just end up getting your search. And then it's also a board breaker too, because if they go Desiree, you chain Book of Eclipse and it basically negs the Desiree out, because Desiree cannot resolve if it's not face up. So very cool. Same with Droplets, just great into the Fiendsmith stuff, and then also Malice and Ryzeal. So I think this is why this is the best board breaker package in branded. I think that the Super Poly could potentially be very good, because it's very good against Malice. I think it's very good against the Fiendsmith Ryzeal build as well. However, Fiendsmith Ryzeal is not going to be the top. It's currently not the top variant. it did win the YCS though, so we could see a movement towards the Ryzeal players running the Fiendsmith variant. If that's the case, I could see myself taking out Droplet possibly for Super Poly, because Super Poly is very good against Malice. Like I said, it doesn't lose to Droplet, but the Super Poly also requires you to play good targets, and I'd rather just run better like fusions I can like play into in my grind game than running Super Poly that cuts off my grind game right now, because a lot of the games are just simplified board states, and that's why Branded is actually incredible, this format, if you have the right build, I think, because this game, I've never played so much GOAT format in modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's like a joke I was having with a lot of duelists over the weekend at my regional. There were so many board states I was looking over between me and just playing Ryzeal against other decks where it was just set pass for 5 turns, or just like, you know, us bricking because we're both running 20 non-engine and, you know, things like this. And with Branded, you don't have to play the hand trap game. You don't have to do that. You just have to play Mirror Jade, and Mirror Jade alone can build a board, so you win every simplified board state against like Ryzeal and Malice for the most part. The issue is Mirror Jade sucks against Malice, so we're also going to have to talk about how to play around Malice as well. Because our Malice matchup is definitely much worse than Ryzeal. However, I think it's like 10 pies out of the meta. That was our worst matchup. We're doing just fine right now, I think. And then Yubel's also arguably one of our worst matchups, and that's been nerfed. So I think this just goes into this meta really, really nicely. Book of Eclipse is just like so good against Ryzeal, honestly. Like, I think a lot of Ryzeal players just don't know how to play around this card, or just they always eventually have to play into Eclipse. So it's just like such a good contingency plan for that deck. It really puts them behind, especially in a simplified board state where they just have like no grind game on your turn. Oh, it's so good. Hope that made sense for everybody. Also, make sure you're subscribed if you're not already. Road to 10,000 subscribers. Make sure to leave a like. We're at 52 likes. We're going to be roasting deck lists at 60 likes. We're almost there. So make sure to post your deck list in my Discord if you want me to review it on stream. We will be doing that likely right after the deck profile. So, do you think 40 cards is valuable? Yeah, I just think it's weak into that simplified board state. So I think like a 45 to 50 is like where Branded's going to thrive this format. It's very similar to like the purely Rescue Ace format, Unchained format, where like I just feel like playing like a 50 card build is kind of nice. All right, so. All right, the burp coming. All right, so then 1 Gold Sark, and then 3 Fusion Deployment. No Foolish Burial. I just think Foolish is sometimes just another copy of Aluber for the most part in this build, so it feels kind of weak. And Gold Sark is just one of our better extenders. I wish this went to 2. I'm hoping this will go to 2 next list for me and all the Malice players. So, and then Fusion Deployment. Yep, you gotta run that. And then 3 Nadir Servants. We do love Nadir Servants still. It's still, I think, a great card in a format where people are running 15 to 20 hand traps. However, with Ryzeal becoming the best deck in the room now, people will likely be running more board breakers, and Nadir still helps you set up that because it can help you set Branded Opening with Requiem, and then also just have more play lines on your opponent's turn. I've actually had some people ask me recently, like, and tell me, like, Nadir's not good, it locks you out, and it's like, yeah, Nadir was never meant to, it's a card you're meant to do as your last card. Like, you use Nadir to do as your last card, you know, you don't need to fuse after that. You can just fuse on your opponent's turn. It takes away some options, but for the most part, it helps you play through Impulse and helps you play through Ash. And there isn't like a ton of Shifter in this format because there's no 10 pie once again. And then also Shifter is just bad against Ryzeal, and you don't want Shifter Malice because that just makes their combo line better. So a lot of people just aren't main decking Shifter. So Nadir is great in a room where people aren't main decking Shifter. And then 1 Triple Tactics Talents, 3 Triple Tactics Thrust, and then 1 Called by the Grave and 1 Fusion Duplication. Very standard. You kind of have to run these cards. I was actually debating maybe on going to 2 of these, but you just always want to see this card. It's so custom. This card, you see everyone running this card. It's the best side deck card in the game, and it's the best card. It's basically engine in our deck. So it's like you have to run this. And then talents is insane in this format. Just taking detonator and then just using detonator effect is crazy. Or that you just force them to pop their own detonator. It's nice. And then called by just for all the hand traps. It's nice because we're playing 50, so like seeing called by is crazy, and then you always like end up opening talents sometimes. You either like open these 2 cards sometimes, or even this going first. So you're just like, as long as you have like 1 extender, you just win the game. And then obviously if it's a monster hand trap, you still win the game with these cards. It's crazy. It's like the upside to playing 50 cards, and that's why we're on it. All right, so we're getting into the extra deck now. We are going to do 2 Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, because you just need 2 for the grind game. I've gone back and forth between 1 and 2 in prior formats, but I think nowadays, especially without the puppet, I think having the 2 is so important, just leaning on Mirror Jade. And then also, Mirror Jade in this format is so good against Detonator. Yes, they can revive a Detonator from the banished zone. However, this card also is non-targeting, so it's very hard for them to deal with, and also it's hard for them to play around. It's also just like great in those board states I told you guys about where they have no follow-up. Their only follow-up is field spell. And that's the thing I'll tell you guys right now. You guys need to deal with their Ryzeal field spell. So that's why we're also running Borreload Savage Dragon. So like this card is also, so I'm gonna like, it's weird. This is gonna be a weird way we talk about the extra deck monsters. These are your boss monsters for this deck. Sanctifier is definitely there, but I think for the most part, you really want to be leaning on these guys this format and like decide like you're choosing between your end boards depending on like what deck you're going against. So like obviously Lad is very good against Malice because Lad is what you make against Malice. Lad and Borreload is what you make against Malice. I don't think you actually have to make Lad Rinbrum. However, Rinbrum is very good into breaking boards right now. So, like, this is something you just have to consider into a Malice board to make a Rinbrum just off your branded fusion so you can continue to play the game and then break their board. However, going first, setting up a Lad is super important against Malice because it plays around Shifter. It gives you like 5 interrupts under Shifter. If you run the Stapelia, which we do run Stapelia because you know we are not caught lacking, you can also just make a Stapelia after the combo as well off the Borreload and then the Dragon Lord or whatever you end up having. So this is multiple interruptions under Shifter. It's very good. It's also very tough for Malice to get over because all their bodies are very small. They're Cyburst monsters, inherently very small. So they usually have to burn out at least 2 negates to try to go battle phase to negate this. So that just means you can really just force a lot of their plays in order to choke point them into like killing them on Stapelia or Borreload. So it's very good. You don't ever want to make Mirror Jade versus Malice. However, if you're going against Detonator and Ryzeal and really any other deck, obviously this is the card you want because this card just like saves you in grind games. And then also like Sanctifier is still great, obviously. So I just think that overall in this format where like Snake Eye is dead, Yubel is a lot weaker and the end boards are a lot weaker, that Mirror Jade ends up actually kind of being better than Sanctifier most of the time. So, and then also a lot of the time you can just make a board of Mirror Jade plus Lad, and this is like just stronger than the Sanctifier board with Mirror Jade. So just depending on the decks that you guys see, you most likely just want to be making a board of Lad plus Mirror Jade plus like interruptions plus like Mercurier and stuff like that. And then even if you have more, you can still puppet lock with that. So like, and that's just with like 2-card combo plus discard. So branded is still very good, and you just have to be knowing what your lines are. It's still a very technical deck, and Stapelia I still think is very standard. A lot of people have been cutting Stapelia, and I don't understand why. This card is your most generic fusion that gives you another interrupt under Shifter on top of just like being able to use your dead fusions that you've already used their effects and put them to the graveyard for Sanctifier or like branded Banishment to revive. I'm not running Banishment, but like Quem too for that instance. It's just like this card's just, there's no other card that generically you can just make with any of your fusions after they've been toasted. So that's why I think it's just it's not cuttable with how I play, especially like if they exhaust your Lad, you can just fuse off the Lad with like literally anything else you have and then make the Stapelia. I like this more than the Chaos Source because Chaos Source is way less generic. However, Chaos Source is still a very good option. So, like, those are things we can consider. You can consider 2 at home. I always recommend people to do testing for their own. But, you know, I'd like to provide you guys with a list that work for me and, you know, for the format and the time. Are you posting this later as a video? Yup, I'm going to edit it out too. So it's not just like with these pauses in between. Okay. And then the rest of the extra deck. 2 Albion, 1 Titanclad, 1 Lubellion, very standard. 2 Grand Guignol. This is something I've gotten a lot of questions about, if this is still what you want to run. I mean, we're running a puppet, so I think that answers your question. If you're still running a puppet equivalent, if this is if I still have a 90% of puppet equivalent, I'm still going to run 2 Guignol, so that's just the thing. Also, 2 Guignol is just great for the grind game, so I don't know what I'd run over this for a better slot, for a more useful slot that helps my grind game out a lot, so it always gets me to where I need to be. And then 1 Guardian Chimera over the Chaos Source. It's just, again, your most generic. I like to go for generic. You know, I don't like to have branded in red and then not be able to make a monster, especially on 50 card where I'm not guaranteed to have a bunch of gas. So I think Guardian Chimera is great. And then the last card is Lulu. I could be running a Garura, but a lot of the time I just want to send this off of Nadir Servant. I'll just be good. And like I said, I can use Maximus to banish on my turn 3. Or worst case scenario, I could like send Lulu and then banish Lulu and then send Titanclad and Albion like and not get the draw if I really need to get there. But most of the time, this is just a crazy option to send off of things. Also, you can make it on your turn 3 with like your Bastiles and stuff like that. Also, it's just to summon off a Grand Guignol as an interruption. I've been debating about this or Despia and Quertus. I think Quertus is quite good against Malice. They can't really out it, but I think for that reason, Lulu is just like a fine interruption and it goes into other decks more. So I think like either of these are just fine this format. I'm just choosing to go for Lulu because I'm also running Nadir, so there's like more synergy there. All right, so that is the main, or that's the extra deck, and then we are going to go into the side deck now. So, 1 D barrier, because we need to thrust it against Ryzeal and other matchups that automatically lose to D barrier. 3 evenly matched, because this card is still the best board breaker, in my opinion. It still heavily impacts a Ryzeal board, and it's not bad into a Malice board, as long as they... You know, it can crack their basically like Griffin board, which can be annoying, but obviously like if they have SP, they can just ban it. I don't know. SP is such an annoying card, but this card is still very good for just cleaning up a lot. It's very good into Rogue. It's just like the most valuable board breaker. It cleans up Yubel too, so I think we still have to run it on some level. And then 3 Nibiru. This is for Malice. Like if you see this in Fuwalos, you win against Malice, so that's why it's very good. And then it's also pretty okay into Ryzeal if you have like any other hand trap or like board breaker, so like at least it gets rid of, or not board breaker, but so that's why I probably actually want to side this into Ryzeal, but it's great into Malice, and I think you need an option for Malice. It's either this or the Sanctum, but Sanctum plus Artifact Lancia, but this is good going first and going second, and then also this is good against other decks. So like I just went for the more genericness. It's also engine, so it's like just it's light. It's not bad. Then 3 Mulcharmy Purrely. This is very good against Ryzeal and just like generically other decks that summon from their hand basically more than once. Was actually debating on running this over Fuwalos in the main, but I think overall this is just sometimes weak into certain decks and they can just play around it. But it's overall just a card I'd never not want to have between my main and side in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, honestly. And then 2 Fusion Duplication. Because obviously I've explained this concept in the past, but like having more cards in hand as a branded player means you win the game. So like if you can go Purrely, go +2, like that's all, or +1 even, like you're probably going to crack whatever board, because branded could just use engine and crack a board, or just like you draw into board breakers. So like Mulcharmy's better in a deck with board breakers anyways. So I think we use that card just fine. Then 1 Masquerade, 1 Bestial Magnuma, and then 1 Brightest Blazing Branded King. this thing's for time. It's also great as a interruption too against like decks that have to go like Malice. Like Malice just like takes 6,000 to try to even out this thing. So like under like a mirrored or under like another interruption, so it's not bad. And then one Magnamud just for the matchups like Fiendsmith. And then also, but this card's tricky because like I said, you don't want to get Unicorn. And then Bryce Blazing Branded King is really nice for the droplets and called buys, and also just a great interruption going first. It's also decent against like stun. And yeah, that was the deck list, guys. So that was my post ban list deck list. Don't be worried about branded my goatees. I'd say overall branded is doing just fine. It's actually arguably a lot better this format than last. Because of the simplified board states. So I'd say give branded a try. This was a 50 card list like I mentioned. So overall, I think anything could work, but you just gotta try your different options and know what they are. We're gonna get with the times like Master Duel has and start running things like Vice King Requiem or Adlib even. I think Adlib is just fine, like I mentioned before. If you don't want to lock necessarily, you could definitely run the Adlib over the DD Vice King Requiem. All right, so we have like 4 deck lists. So guys, make sure post your deck list in the deck list chat. Join the Discord if you haven't already. ! Discord in the chat. I want to see your deck list. I want to roast it on stream. I want to review it. All right, so we are going to show off some DD Vice King combos so I can show you what I was talking about a little bit more visually. So yeah, let's do this. All right, so that's a nice DD Vice King Requiem. So this hand plays through everything. This hand's crazy. This hand's actually crazy. Going first and going second. Then going second, draw Albaz. That's not great, but I still have thrust. So basically, normal summon Aluber effect, get branded fusion. And then this hand actually is a little weird because I had to go normal Aluber, but we did draw the Vice King, so it's fine. Then go branded fusion. Send the Albaz plus. We actually do have to send Cartesia on this hand, don't we? That's why I don't like having the... We'll just do like a standard combo with like... Let's see. Aluber plus Cartesia. Because like I've always said, like Aluber plus Cartesia is like the standard you always want. So fusion deployment, go for Cartesia. Normal summon Aluber effect. Search out. Dodge the imperm. Search out. Branded fusion. Also, we're just going to pretend we have a discard in this scenario. Then go branded fusion. Sending the Albion plus Albaz. Also, I'm gonna read some chats after this. Don't worry, guys. I know. I just don't want to forget to do this combo before I get too lost in the sauce. And then we can go into the Albion. And so we're showing off post-ban list branded combos, guys. How to lock post-ban list. Then we can go Albion effect to banish the Albaz from the graveyard plus Aluber in order to go into... the Lubellion, and this is where you need that discard for. And then discard to activate Lubellion effect. Still dodging imperm on anything, spinning back Albaz and Lubellion. And then we can go for Mirror Jade. And at this point, we can tribute off the Albion, go for Lubellion. This is their nib angle, if anything. So if they go nib, you just chain Cartesia, and then you can summon Maximus off a Grand Guignol, and then you just continue to play the game. But then you go Lubellion. They might also imperm you here. And then go Branded Lost. And then go Cartesia effect, fuse off Lubellion and Cartesia for the Grand Guignol. And then you can go Chainlink 1 Grand Guignol, Chainlink 2 Branded Lost to search out a Mercurier as a interruption for your opponent's turn, or to get around like a Bestial or a DD Crow, a Ghost Spell. I've seen Ghost Spell this format, so definitely be on the lookout for that card for sure. Always make sure to be searching out your Mercuriers if you can. And then we can go Grand Guignol effect to send. We have to get Quem into rotation, so we send the Titanclad. Or we could send, for instance, so we have the Titanclad for like an Albaz target, we can send the Lulu Wall Lilith off of the Grand Guignol, which isn't bad. And then we can go end phase. I'll push this over here. This is a little out of the way. And then we can go end phase and start using our graveyard effects. And then we can go Lulu Wall Lilith effect to special summon a Quem from our deck, aka spellcaster with equal light spellcaster with equal attack and defense. And then on summon, go Quem effect to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard. If you already have, I mean, we already have Albaz and Cartesia in the graveyard, but in this combo line, you don't always have Albaz, so you usually just send Albaz, and we'll just send one, for instance, just in case. It's always good to have multiple Albazes, so this isn't a bad send anyways. And then you can go Albion effect to set or add a branded spell or trap card from your deck. And then get the branded in red and then set that, and then you pass to your opponent. Now, this is where things get a little different from Puppet in the same combo line. So, DD Vice King Requiem, we're going to have to basically make our opponent normal summon for it to be foolproof. If you want a foolproof Gimmick Lock, that's even better than normal Gimmick Lock because your opponent can't special summon on your turn. So, what you have to do is you let your opponent go main phase. Why do you let your opponent go main phase? Well, there's a bunch of points. There's always been benefits for letting your opponent go main phase to Gimmick Puppet Lock or to lock your opponent, because first you get to see what your opponent is on. So game one, I always recommend not Gimmick Locking in draw phase, so you can at least know what you're going against into game two. However, we need to make our opponent normal summon, because essentially the only out to our lock is tributing the monster we give them that locks them. And the best way to do that is to get rid of their normal summon. It's not like they're going double summon on you. So we are going to go main phase, and we're going to be like, hey, it's all you. It's all you, buddy. I got Mercurier. I got Mirror Jade in the graveyard. I got Albaz ready for Brandon Red to be targeted. I got Live Guignol if you special summon a monster through a monster effect. So you want to go tit for tat with your opponent. Let's just say they go something that threatens your board. Okay, Mercurier. You know, if it's game one, they aren't gonna have Bestials unless it's Malice. And then they go, okay, I have to normal summon Cheesy Cat. Normal summon Cheesy Cat? Damn, you're down bad. You're trying to draw 2 on your first action. Great. I'm gonna go Branded in red, targeting Fallen of Albaz. Fuse off, because obviously your opponent's not going to have an interruption. And then you fuse off the Guignol plus the Albaz. And then you go into the Sanctifier. Chainlink 1, Branded Lost. Chainlink 2, Quem. Targeting the Cartesia. And then search out a Shrouded. And then you can go, if you have like a third card or like a 0.5 extender in rotation, you can make Lad on top of all of this, by the way. We don't run Branded Banishment, unfortunately, which could be another way to do that, but once again, you'd need another extender for that. And then we can go search the Albion for follow-up, and just a good card to have. And then on resolution, you can go Cartesia effect to fuse. This is the point where they could droplet you. They probably aren't, though, because your opponent won't know the interaction with DD Vice King Requiem. And that's why also running things like Blazing Branded King in the side deck is very important for things like this, so you can play around Droplet in this scenario. And then you can go Cartesia effect, fuse off this in the Mirror Jade you already used, you banish something with, so you can, like, you know, reuse your Mirror Jade, and then summon another Gwignall, and then you can go Gwignall effect under branded loss protection, and then send DD Vice King Requiem to the graveyard from your deck. And at this point, on resolution, you can go Albion effect, targeting itself and, or sorry, targeting the Vice King Requiem and Mirror Jade, and then just summon one to both. So this is like, this is just a super basic combo line. Obviously, Droplet need not be said. There are ways to play around Droplet, but I think like it also like kneecaps your board on a 2-card combo. So like this is like the cleanest way to do it while also being super insulated, because if they out this, you still have the Mirror Jade banish, Mercurier plus like any other follow-up, and then Quem into Cartesia into like, you know, Stapelia. And then you give them the Vice King, and then they can't out this because they've already normal summoned. And, you know, like I said, like what effects, guys, let me know down below. Like what effects in the meta tribute for the effect to search? I mean, there's Nightmare Pain, but you can obviously like make Borreload, like, or so, if you know you're going against Yubel, and then, you know, that's why this is only a 2-card combo. And between you and me, guys, this is branded. You run a bunch of engines, so this is just like the weakest board you can make, and still sets up a lock plus 5 to 6 interruptions off of like, basically, if you just have branded fusion plus a 0.5 extender, is you get this exact same board even if you don't have fusion deployment. You just have to have a Cartesia in rotation somehow. Whether that's in the graveyard or not. Yeah, we already talked about Deception Jackal. I mean, that card's is basically fake at this point. With OSS being banned. So I think it was just in time. It's actually just in time. Also, you get locked out of DDs. Some people are like, "Oh, you they'll just make a Caesar on you." No way they're getting to Caesar. They can't even get to the body that for Caesar. Especially if you play this right on after they've normaled. So, yeah. This card's just fine. I love it in Master Duel. It does just fine. Fits into the same combo lines, so you can go back to the combos that we've done on this channel and actually just plug and play DD Vice King Requiem or Ido if you prefer that. I personally prefer this one. And just do those combos how you would naturally, but with new cards. Now, the lock isn't as strong, but obviously it's like still 90% of it, and I think like overall it's either this or you could take out this and do Branded Banishment, and then you get some more interruptions with Light and Darkness Dragon Lord out of a 2-card combo. Wait, where should I show in the Discord? In the deck list chats. Yeah, I know, like, locking is cringe, I get it, but like also, this is like kind of the only way, like, how it's unfortunate Konami's boxing Branded into this like box, because they have yet to ban Sanctifier and they put Branded Fusion to 1. So like, you know, we could run like, we could choose not to lock, but also it's just straight up not strong. Also, like I've mentioned before, you can run Adlib over this, and I say I recommend it too, but like I think overall I wouldn't want to go to a 9-round event and not have one of these in my side or main. That's all I'm saying. And then also, like I said, and then like I said, in certain situations too, guys, let's just say you get into a grind game and you have to attack over Vice King Requiem on your opponent's turn, but you can't kill them for turn, and this goes to the top of your extra deck. Well, next turn you can just, you know, recur your Cartesia from graveyard. Okay, special summon Cartesia with Albaz in graveyard, Cartesia effect, fuse off with Gwignall, make another Gwignall. Hopefully you have your second Gwignall still. Send the Requiem from your extra deck to the graveyard, and then you can do it again if you need to necessarily. So that's why you also need the 2 Gwignall especially. if you're running the Vice King, so you can just keep sending it. That is the benefit over Ido, though. I will give that to Ido. You don't have to do those shenanigans to recycle it, but like you shouldn't have to puppet lock someone more than once to win. So that's why I don't ever really consider a plus over it. Aggregator, that's actually a valid play. I might run that, yeah, with Ultimate Slayer. What do you think of Dragoon? I think Dragoon's okay, but it kind of gets outed by a lot. Like Zeus, like everyone's running Typhon right now, so I think that just makes Dragoon really bad. Are you yeah, I'm posting this later. Should you play 2 or 1? I kind of explained already, but definitely 2. Instead of the lock, would you rather play the Xyz that Ryzeal used to dump and neg something, since Maximus can dump it? That's not as good as Puppet Lock. That's just 1 interruption versus a whole lock, but it would be good for Ultimate Slayer, if anything, in the Deer Servant. Do you guys have any other questions on Branded before we go roast deckless? Also, we're going to be doing an Azamina branded deck profile, like I said, soon from the top 8 regional list from Rochester. I want to experiment with Azamina branded because I think it's either like this kind of 50 card list or Azamina branded that's going to really shine through. I also want to consider like adding Pot of Desires to this list. So like going up to like 53 and just running Pot of Desires plus like a 3rd High Spirits or like a 2nd Red. And see how that goes at 54 cards. I think Desires is actually still just quite good in branded, even at 50 cards. Like, we see Ryzeal running at 40, obviously. So, obviously different decks, but... Gold Ire, the old line, if you don't play Puppets, is send ad libitum. It's not played because there's no practical way to get back if you play a lock, but there's a 2nd banish for Mirror Jade plus either Chimera and Despia. I mean, that's why I'm saying you could run that over DD Vice King, but... King Cuz, how's it going, dude? How's it going, brother? I'm doing very well. How are you doing, my brother? Nice to see you, King. Furious Dragon, I was thinking that too, but wasn't sure. Yeah, Furious Dragon's too good. It's also just very good against Malice because it does not banish their shit. Also, it takes care of the field spell. What about play the old brand lines without Puppet the opponent? The issue is we're in 2024, and as much as I'd love to, like... We could, and like I said, we could, like I said, guys, like, there are, like, I can show you a combo line without Puppet if you guys would like. We can just do that so we can flush that out of our system. But, like, there are plenty of lines without Puppet that are just fine. And, well, and the thing is, though, it's like either you run Puppet or you run, like, branded Banishment. You could still run Banishment. I think Banishment helps you a lot when you're not trying to do the Puppet lines. This is more of a locking build. But you have the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord where you can make with tons of your end boards and still have like 10 plus interruptions. But yeah, branded Banishment is what I would recommend looking at if you're looking to really not be of the locking variety over the DD Vice King. I know, guys. I'm a dirty puppet locker. I've been exposed. This is why I started playing Ryzeal this format, but also for different reasons. Personally, I just find myself defaulting to the lock because you just add an interruption. It's either a banish negate or something, or out of a special summon. The lock is super high impact. Exactly. Like, the lock is super high impact. Your opponent has to invest a lot of cards. You put them on better have it, and a lot of the time they just don't have it. Still worth it. Yeah, so the only out is Eclipse, Moon, and Darkhold, 2 of which are played. Granted, 1 is a mandatory staple. I wouldn't even call Book of... Eclipse is not a mandatory staple. I've seen some people start running Book of the Moon, but Book of Eclipse is not that. Like, for instance, across the deck profiles I did this weekend for the top 8, there wasn't Book of Eclipse in any of them. But, for instance, I got Book of Eclipse by the hero player, right? And got blown out because of it. Would a non-locked fusion version of Branded just be more inherently more suboptimal than using Sanctifier in another way to disrupt the opponent? I'm new to Branded. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, so, like, what you're choosing between with running this or, like, branded banishment, you get, like, 15 interruptions on it. Like, not 15, like, 12 interruptions not running this. And then if you run this, you get, like, 6 interruptions on your 2-card combo plus the lock. And I wouldn't even say it's 12. It's more like 10. It's like 10 interruptions without It's generally 10 real interruptions. It could go more, and generally about 6 interruptions with the lock. I just think the lock ends up equaling more than those 6 interruptions. And also a lot of the time they just can't play past it. However, if it could be outed very easily with like non-engine, like if everyone starts running Eclipse, then I would just like not run this and run adlib. So that's why I'm trying to like tell you guys, like, don't be afraid to run adlib. You can literally do the line I just did, replace the puppet with adlib, and you're just fine. You're still looping Mirror Jade, and off of the Sanctifier, off of the adlib. If you do it right too, you could even do it off of the Quem. Isn't Ido better? I understand there's a risk with getting it sent to grave, but I still think it's worth the inability to not normal summon. Well, the issue is they can still normal set, so like the ability to not normal summon doesn't matter. My wallet, Chris, I just bought 3 Engraver and Lacrima. Rest in peace, Maxi, in the chat. I just traded my I just traded like a few of my like spare Mermail cards basically like towards an Engraver. It was just like, why is this card like $90? I'd like spare pikes for my trades and stuff like that. Raymond Angel, if he gets dumped from the deck, do pendulums go to the graveyard or extra deck? It's only when they're on field. They go to the extra deck. So if you pitch it from hand, they go to graveyard. Marshall D. Commander, how's it going? Viet Nagayan, how's it going? I'm sorry if I don't know how to pronounce like that. I know it's like, yeah, I have no clue how to pronounce that last name. If anyone can let me know. And it's a very common last name. I feel bad every time. It's like Nguyen, probably, right? Like the G silent. Saku, what's up? Big slaps in the chat. Big slap up. Grab Malice, letting my teammate use it until he finishes his. Mighty Gamble, how's it going? IBF, thank you for the Twitch Prime before. Do you always side out Nadir going second? Yes. We can talk about the side patterns too. You guys want to hear the side patterns? So let's talk side patterns, because I think side patterns are very important in branded. So we can talk about things you always side out in this deck profile. We can make this a bit more in depth for the format. Like this is gonna be the last branded deck profile you need post ban list. If you guys want to see more stuff, let me know down. This was a message from a while ago. Yes, we all YuGiOh players have our stash chins. Dude, I have way too many stash chins. Nadir stands rise up. Killing Tenpai was deserved. Yeah. Honestly, branded fusion. Yeah, I agree. Sarnier being limited Master Duel hurts the Synchro Link variant. Wish they'd put back to 3. Bro, they have Verte. They don't need 3 Sarnier, but I understand. What's the best synchro options for branded synchro? We'll have to have Raul on the channel to talk about it. Vice King in hand is a high spirits target with Quertus. That's a good point. Maybe we should run Quertus over the Lulu for that point. I just like Lulu. Delhi, they can't normal set either. Ido got an errata in the 10, says Senkichi. Okay, I've heard conflicting information on this. So I'm going to still go with, and even if that's true, like the droplet aspect is huge to me, because droplet's like the most common of these things. What's up, Delhi G89? Nice to see you. Jambuds VO, I don't like people telling me that I shouldn't run a lock-in branded, but I know I can't tell them what not to run in their objectively better decks. I'm going to say this right now, and also, how's it going, Jambuds? It's really nice to see you, brother. I'm going to say this right now. I've played Ryzeal. I've played other decks than branded. You want to know what feels like a puppet lock? Triple hand trap and 2 Ryzeal extenders. That's the equivalent to puppet lock. Either I could play branded, have to remember my combo lines, playing through hand traps in a deck that doesn't run hand traps, trying to break your board. Or I could just run Ryzeal, go Fuwalos, Ash, Imperm, pass their turn, go X Ryzeal, Pot of Desires, win the game. In less time than the branded deck. That was my deduction between playing Ryzeal and branded at the regional. You know, so I feel like at the end of the day, branded is not doing anything more broken than what the other decks are doing. At the end of the day, a puppet lock ends up just feeling at the end of the day results in like what a lot of decks are doing with hand traps. I just like, It's just how you do it. And like, I can understand not playing the game. I like interactivity. I wish they'd remove all floodgates, to be fair. It's been nice playing Ryzeal because like it's super interactive, but like at the end of the day, is it interactive when I just hand trap you? I mean, and then we're just passing back and forth, you know? So like, I don't know. Don't blame the player, hate blame the game. I agree, you know, Konami lets Sanctifier run around, and so that is what they do. You don't need lock or banishment, man, says Jackal. Arguable. Butane guy. The problem with this format is malice. Board breaking is more difficult because Jade triggers all their effects. Yeah. How to replace Gimmick and Jaugen. Hey man, I play Aggregator, Lulu Wall Lilith, and Boost Selfless for my branded Ultimate Slayer package. Thoughts? It's not bad. Especially if you're playing Nadir. Just makes Ultimate Slayer going second Nadir. Still upset about the puppet ban, says No Vanity. Nice to see you in the chat, No Vanity. How you doing? I mean, I agree, but it had to go. It was a really broken floodgate, I think, on some level. Like, they banned Calamity. I'm very surprised they didn't do it that list. We just should have gone Branded Fusion back to 2. What's the most ideal situation to summon Light and Darkness Dragon Lord? It depends. It's because it's either at the beginning of your turn or like, and you pass with a Dragon Lord, or it's after you've exhausted all your resources. It just depends on what deck you're going against and what situation that's in. That's weird since the Luber is in dragon form. Hey, people can start playing DDXC's King then, right? And most decks won't have space for the maybe face branded. We'll talk about Azamina. Yeah, I do have an Azamina branded list, guys. Look at this. I do have an Azamina branded list to show you guys. We're gonna be testing this on stream. Don't worry. We are gonna be testing this in a little bit. I'm just gonna roast some deck lists, but we are gonna be testing this. We're going to be testing the Triff build too, so yeah, don't worry about that. But I do want to show you guys the side patterns here before we end up going on this. So, branded, well, with any deck in general, I like having clean going first and second side patterns that I always know what I'm doing against decks. And a lot of the time, they just result in taking out going first cards for going second cards. So in the case of like branded, you have Nadir Servant, which is a very obvious only going first card you want to see, and then you can side out going second. So same with Branded High Spirits. Branded High Spirits is a little better since it doesn't lock you, but does discard cards, so arguably even worse going second. However, it can turn into a board breaker, but either way, I think for that reason, I'm going to be siding that out in these side patterns. I keep in the Vice King Requiem going second. I think you still need it for some decks. Some decks I don't need it, right? Your mileage may vary. Side out the Maximus. And if we're going second, we keep in the Fuwalos, obviously. You could arguably take out the Tragedy, but the chain blocking is kind of nice, so I kind of want to keep it. Also, you could take out Branded Opening because that discards a card. You could take out Fusion Duplication. Depending on the matchup, you could take out a Called By, but I think Called By is generally fine just going first, so probably, or going second. This format, I mean, Azamina Silvera will be less in the game, so probably, yeah, just take it out, maybe. So that gives you about 8 hard slots that you can side out every game between the 2 High Spirits, 1 Opening, 1 Maximus, 1 Fusion Duplication. And then you could also, like, if you need more slots, go into the Called By and other things like that. But those are really the only cards I'd be siding out. You could arguably side out Mercurier, too, if you really need something. You could side out Goldstark, arguably. But that's, like, kind of... You don't really need to side in that many cards in a 50-card variant. And then what cards would we side in going second, you might ask? Well... You know, Magma against any deck with Lights or Darks. It's a great card. Well, Charmy Purrely, basically just against any deck going second. Nibiru against any deck going second. Evenly against any deck going second. And those are 10 cards you have to side in And hey, these are how many? 9 cards? And then you could just side out what? The Gold Sark. And there's your side patterns. I think it would be Mercurier over Gold Sark, to be honest. Yeah, Mercurier over Gold Sark for sure. And yeah. So those are kind of the side patterns. Obviously, if Nib's not good against the deck, or if purrely is not good against the deck, then you start keeping in things like High Spirits, Called by, Mercurier. And you can opening, and you can go from there. Guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream. We're going to try to hit 100 likes on the stream if we can. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, too. I have a TCG player affiliate link down in the description if you want to help support the channel. We're also doing a giveaway at 30 members. We're going to be giving away 3 packs of Rarity Bonanza, of Crossover Breakers to 1 lucky channel member Twitch sub, too. We are currently at 6 out of 30. Help support the channel, and you get early videos, you get exclusive deck lists, and you get access to my members only classroom where you get extra help, where you can get extra help for your YuGiOh decks, your branded deck, whatever you want. And yeah, so very much do appreciate the support, guys. Yesterday's stream was absolutely wild. I am not going to lie. That was absolutely goated with the sauce. It was great seeing everybody come through. BANLIST day as always. Just super goated. We found the goo. Yuri. Best I can do is Metaltronus for Sanctifier. What does Metaltronus for Sanctifier do? I was thinking about getting Metaltronuses for Ryzeal. Target 1 face-up non-token. Special summon 1. But its effects are negated. Yeah, I don't know. It's negated, though. What are the options for no Charmy list? For no Charmies, I'd say things like Phantasme is pretty good, or other things like Imperm possibly, or Ash Blossom. Just to hit like the duo drive and see, or just like more board breakers, because at the end of the day. Also, I like Pot of Desires in a build without them, so like, or Allure of Darkness with like multiple like Mercuriers or Tragedies, so you can try all of those options. Nice to see you, Yuri Diaz, my goat in the chat. How's it going? What do you think about Droll on the side? I like Droll on the side, but I also don't like Droll in a deck with Mulcharmies personally. I know you get to Droll like your opponent on Mulcharmy. I just think it's never good, and especially in branded. Anything else you guys want to see about the list in particular? Like is given. Appreciate it. You don't need Tragedy going second. I mean, for chain blocking, it's nice. I mean, you also have Saronir, but having 2 options to chain block in case you open it is nice. I remember shotgunning Laddle against Centurion White Forest, and they scooped after 1 interaction with it, moving to game 2. Yeah, White Forest hates that card. They can't out it. What's up, Hazard Gaming? Nice to see you. Notice me, Senpai. What's up, Metal Marvel 123? FYI, if you haven't blinged out the deck, the ultis are cheap right now, says Dolly. I mean, it depends. I think the Starlights are still not cheap. All right, so deck review time. Thank you for the branded community so much. Adlib best card if you send. I already answered that. Thoughts on Dragoon? I think Dragoon's kind of weak this format with how many Typhons are around. Your opponent being able to make Typhon on their turn, it's like, oh great, my Dragoon's useless. It's not bad though. It's not terrible. Definitely an option. All right, so deck list time. Right? Or did we not get any more deck lists? We had a few, so I guess we're reviewing some deck lists. All right, let me switch over the camera too. All right. Oh, my camera is really far down. We are going to be roasting your guys' deck list in the Discord. We only got a few, though, so this probably won't take too long. But if you would like your deck list to be roasted, make sure to join the Discord. !Discord in the description. Also, you get to... Wow, 16 new members today. That's crazy. Holy shit, guys. Yeah, you guys just go over here in... Here, I'll show you. If you want to go into my Discord, like I said, link in the description or !Discord, and then you scroll down to decks and help, and you go to deck list, or you can go to branded if you want, I guess, or non-branded if it's a non-branded deck, but preferably in the deck list channel, and you can post your deck list in like a format like this. Nice. Oh, I love how you have my video in the corner. That's sick. Thank you. That's a really cool support. So yeah, guys, we're going to be going over all the deck lists. So, oh wow, we have a lot of deck lists now. Okay, cool. EPA with the first deck list in the chat. Let me clear off the cards for my counter. All right. Let's do this, brother. Rest in peace, Gimmick Puppet, though. Rest in peace. If we get 10 subs... I shouldn't say that. If we get 50 subs, if we get 50 channel members, or 50... No, that's actually terrible. I was gonna say I'd eat this. That's not worth it for fucking 50. Alright, so... I was gonna say I could rip it up. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this shit. So EPA, shout out to EPA, local MetaGamesGX community. Go 10K, you rip it. At 10K, I rip it. At 10K subscribers, I rip it. Nah, I'm excited for Ryzeal. Konami can't hold us back. I agree. I posted a slightly updated list. Okay, then I'll just get to it when I get to it. Scott Hubbs is the first Whitewood's Azamina. Time to get roasted. Oh, okay. So Whitewood's Azamina post ban list, guys. Let's see how this goes. We do see the White Forest stuff on top of the Azamina package, which is cool to see because in the Supreme Darkness, which is the upcoming set, of course, we are going to be getting some new cards that help bridge these two, excuse me, archetypes very well. So I think overall it's cool to see you getting ready for that. You are also running the toy box stuff, which off the bat, I have to wonder how the toy box stuff is, because like I understand it's actually very good in a build like this. I also struggle to like see how you're going second with the toy box stuff in this build. So, but we'll talk about it, because you're running things like 3 D-Bell Star, 1 Toy Soldier, 2 Sylvia, 1 Toy Tank, 1 Ryzeal, 3 Ashes, 2 Ogres, 2 Stellar, 3 LZs, 1 Droll, 1 Baylor for the monsters. I'd say overall those ratios, because a Stellar is kind of your weakest card. Obviously, you don't have that many normals, but I'd say you'd probably want to put a Stellar to 1 in this kind of version, if anything, maybe. And then also, I'd say the hand trap package is a little weird. It looks like you're running a crossout package, so that, yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say you're covering a lot of grounds while not able to run the hand traps. I'd possibly run, like, I think the toy box gives you a lot, but it's also unsearchable, so, like, this deck should be able to play without the toy box. I mean, I think you kind of need it without the new support, so I see what you're doing with it. I mean, 2 Book of Eclipse, 2 Droplet, 2 Imperm. It just seems a little bit over the place, plus the Azaroon, plus the... I'd like to just know what the end board looks for this deck. The rank 4 illusion seems really troll. This thing's kind of bad, but I'd like to see what you use it for. Also, you're running Enlightenment Knight, whatever that card is. Also, nice ad. Nice make tap water great again ad. So, yeah, this list, I mean, I just do some things to clean up kind of the list overall. Because, like, the 1 thrust seems a little troll, right? Like, there's no world where you should be running 1 thrust, probably. Also, the toy box engine, while it seems good, there's, you know, I think the runic engine would do you better at this moment on some level, but also Lancia. I guess you don't want to lose to Lancia, so I guess the toy box is fine. I just struggle because toy box, like, you need to have strong side patterns to side them out going second, so I just make sure your side deck's good. Makes sense with the toy box sides. And also, like, this card, like, how you like this card. I know, I know some of these White Forest, like, random, like, spells you don't really exactly need to run. Like, you are running, like, 1 of each. You aren't running the Hollowed. Oh, no, Hollowed is right there, I think. I can't tell because the rarities. But, yeah, no, decent list. And then, I just say it needs to be cleaned up a little bit. And then Dragoon. Accommodating 60 card branded with Dragoon, because that's what his name is, of course. So, 3 Mercurier, oh god, no. Removing Puppet due to banlist reasons. Yeah, I don't know. I would just take out 2 Mercurier, my brother. I think you're running a lure, but you don't need to run that many Mercurier. Too many bricks on top of the 3 Saronir, and then you have the... Because you're just gonna run into hands with, like, Agem Chain, Saronir, double Mercurier, Adlib, and just, like, Retribution. You're just running all the bricks in the world. So I'd just, like, replace those bricks for, like, cards that are either board breakers, so you at least have a chance going second, because in a build like this, like, where are your board breakers besides the Edgem package? And you're running the Bestials, but it's like you don't have links to convert them into board breakers, so... And then, like, the Theater's kind of, like, not great, so... I'd just make general changes on those, like, kind of poor aspects, and then Allure is fine over Desires, as long as you run, I guess, like, 2 Mercurier. I'd just remove 1 of the... You just don't need to run 3. 3 is spicy, however, I don't think it's the play. Extra X seems fine. Like I said, Dragoon is kind of like, you know, if you want to run it, you want to run it. I just, you know, it might struggle into Typhoon boards. And then side deck Phantasmes over Mulcharmies is fine. And then you do run the cross out with some targets, but you aren't running the Imperm. So I'd recommend running Imperm at least for a cross out target on top of Impulse. If not, cross out feels kind of useless in my opinion. You should just run like Nadir Servant. And even then, I'd still recommend that over cross out package and branded. Because it does the same thing. Also, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta wash my face. Give me some opinions on this list. Okay. How are you doing? What's up, Zelda Padawan? What's up? What's up? Alright, so let's start up the next deck list here. Going in order, guys, of what they were posted. Scott Hubs already did yours. Ryuji. Oh, here's Ryuji Dinomorphia. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say about this. Because the Ryuji cards are cool. They work with dinosaurs, right? So I can see where the, you know, where you're coming from with the synergy. I have to ask, like, is it just Verudrus basically on top of Dinomorphia board? The 3 cross on the side for the mirror? Bro, when are you playing the mirror? All right. It looks nice, but your grind game has to be turbo crap. Yeah. I play it because I don't have it. Fair enough. Totally fair. I'm not too sure what to say about this list, to be honest. And then I'm not sure who this is. Or Killer. Here's Killer's list. Here's his branded Master Duel list. Wait, where's the other part? Okay, here's the other part. It's a little disorienting, but we'll deal with it. So, he's running Dark Magician in like a 40 card branded build. I mean, I like the attempt. It's really clean. Like, I have no complaints with any of the choices, honestly. I'd just say it's a really clean list. How do you like it? Honestly, it's a clean list. It's a clean 40. I'd just say, I mean, you're running Droplet. I just... Not having another board breaker might be a little dangerous, besides talents. I have no complaints about this outside of possibly adding in 5 more cards that just help your ceiling out, you know? So you could consider things like 3 High Spirits and like some more Saronniers to help you play through more hand traps, or you could play Book of Eclipses on top of that and just go 46. That's what I would do personally, and then 3 Shrouded Dragon, which you already do, so there you go. Very good list, though. There isn't really too much to roast there. If you were to run 40, I'd run that. I mean, you are running 1 Guignol. Oh, you aren't running Adlib or Puppet. I'd run at least Adlib or Puppet, man. Or DD Vice King. It's either or. I don't think you can't run either. You can, but I think your ceiling just goes down, man. But I know some people will say otherwise, so it's okay. We have another 60 card branded list here, guys. What do you guys think about this one we got here? This one's kind of interesting. We got some tier limit action. That list was kind of bricky, especially at 60 cards. I'm at advocate for 50. It says EPA, terraforming is crazy. Terraforming with only 1 field spell should be a crime. I agree. Maybe it was a thrust target. Jambud's VO, maybe run a Magnum to go with Patchwork Engine. That's a good point, too. How are you doing, Zelda Padawan? Belial, it does not need to be a branded list. It could literally be anything. Unban Kikalos. Cowards make it limited. That'd be wild, man. The day Kikalos comes back, like Chaos Ruler and then Branded Fusion, we're just back in 2022. All right. So offhand, I like this list. It's very similar to like my list from last format. Or like the beginning of the one format. He's just running the ad lib over Puppet. 2 Mercurier, 1 Tearlament Shiren, 1 Quem, 3 Cartesia. I think though you need more than... My only issue with this list is you need 2 Brandon Red if you're running 3 Desires. If you bash Brandon Red, you just lose combo lines. Integral combo lines. I love Grass. I just think like 60 card variants have an issue right now with consistency under multiple hand traps, so. Master Duel is fine, and you just post it under deck list of my Discord. Join my Discord, link down below, or you do !Discord in the chat if you would like to join the Discord and you're not already a member. We do this like once a month, and this is like a great time because the stream popped off yesterday. We got a bunch of new viewers in the chat. We got to review your guys' deck list. So yeah, no, this is a very solid list. I would just recommend, I mean, you have the Nadirs too. Like, I have nothing. I'd just say the Allure might be a bit tricky in this build when you're running 3 High Spirit. So maybe you could take down the High Spirit if you're running the Allure to like 1 or 2. Or just remove Allure for board breakers or more extenders. And the extra deck looks slightly limited. You kind of need 2 Mirror Jade, so I'd recommend maybe taking out Super Poly for Book of Eclipse. And taking out the Super Poly targets, or at least the Mud Dragon, and keeping the Garura for the Nadir Servant and Maximus plays. Here's Scott Hubb's cash list. And also, yeah, try to do 1 list per person. But honestly, I'm not, like, too stringent on it. I just want everyone to get a chance. So then, yeah, this is a cash list. I mean, it's pretty standard cash with board breakers. How are you liking the board breakers is my question. I'd say, like, is this an effective not just having the Fiendsmith cards? Because, like, overall, I think Fiendsmith is better than pure cash at this point. I do like how you have the link package, though. It adds a lot more to this deck, in my opinion, so. Also, the heavy slump is crazy. What is that for? I've seen that in people's lists recently. I was very curious about it. And now we have EPA's updated 50 card list that we have heard about. And he's running 3 Albaz, 3 Shrouded Dragon, and then the 3 Aluber, 2 Cartesia, 2 Quem, actually. So he's choosing to divert there from me. On top of the 3 Saranir bricks. I mean, what? And then 3, and then 1 Adlib, 1 Kit, and then 1 Magno. I'd say, just like put Saranir down to 1 and put in some cards that won't brick you. That's my recommendation on that. I don't think you need more dragons, honestly, because of high spirits and like running the 3 shrouded. And then you have the 1 branded in white, 1 red. I'm not mad about branded in white. Like, I'm still testing without running it at 50, so I think that's fine. And then the rest of the list is very similar to mine. And the extra deck is the exact same, except you're running Mud Dragon and Garura for the... Oh, you're running Super Poly over Book of Eclipse. Oh, no, you are running Book of Eclipse. You're just running Super Poly over the Mulcharmy, which is fine. I guess that's acceptable. I think this is you basically break most boards going second. I'd just say you're gonna brick on the Saranir overall probably. It does help with the droplet though, so I could see like with the droplet and then Super Poly's pitch Saranir go Retribution, but at that point it'd run like 2 Retribution with how many discards you have, you know. I mean, you're not even running Tragedy. It's crazy. You should be running Tragedy in this build with like Gold Sark, maybe Foolish, yeah, over the Saranirs personally. Side deck Mulcharmy, Sanctum, I like that. This is what I was going to have in the other build. I just didn't have Lancia Sanctum, so you could always do that. Also, it's only good going first, so there's like a point in running the nibs over that, but I like what you did 3 evenly, and then Chaos Source in the side is kind of fake in my opinion, and then Quertus is kind of fake in the side, so I'd get better slots in those, like Masquerade over one of them for sure. Here is Zelda Duelist with his Sky Striker BLS deck. My friend made me play this at locals. How did it perform, Zelda? I have to ask, with a beauty like this, with 1 Solemn Judgment, 1 Unsearchable Solemn Judgment, his 42 card deck list, with an Econ, a single Nibiru, and a Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, because of course you are running a few darks and a few lights. So, you know, if you can resolve a BLS, like, why the fuck not, I guess, right? I will apologize in advance for the list I've submitted, Chris. Chris says Zelda Padawan. It's okay. Belial Atrocity, maybe one triple tactics talents to that list like 2 lists ago, I think you meant. Great 60 card list. Yeah, I like that one before. Wait, Raging gets out Katargino, then activates Raging to out Rexstrom. Don't you need second Stealth Bergia minimum, says Belial? Oh, that's a good point, actually. Do we know if and when Omega will have the ban list updated? Magic Geek, don't tell me they don't have it updated. Really? Holy, it's not updated. That is weird. That is crazy. Usually they're good about that, but I don't know. You know. So this is a striker list with Blackluster Soldier. What in God's name made you run a Blackluster Soldier in here? That's why I have to ask. And also the hand trap package is pretty bad. No cross out, and you don't need cross out in striker. You already play through hand traps. No thrust for all the thrust targets that are one-ofs. This looks like a deck from 2004. Like, with how it's constructed. Thank you so much, as Killer. Yeah, I liked your list. It was clean. I've been running 3 Dark Hole forever. It's more effective than you'd think, says Hazard Gaming. I mean, I don't blame you. I'm just saying, like, what the general populace doesn't. I understand Goo, and I think you can be ahead of the curve on people, but if people aren't all running Dark Hole, I don't think it's a thing you have to be scared about with, like, Vice King Requiem, for instance. Alright, so let's go to the next deck list. GZ1K. I mean, I don't even know what to say about the Zelda. Like, I'm sorry. You have to play that. And then we have GZ1K's 50 card branded list here, which is, of course, going to be 3 Albion and then 1 DD Vice King. First Vice King Requiem sighting in the chat. 3 Allure, 3 Nadir. With no High Spirit. Okay, that's like my first roast. You need at least 1 High Spirit. I think High Spirit's way too good of a card. You need it for the kit. Like, there's no point in running kit, really, if you don't have the High Spirit, in my opinion. Obviously, you do have the 2 Mercurier for the banishes with Allure, which I think is fine, especially in a 50 card build with no High Spirit, but I still think you could afford to run 1 High Spirit. You're running the Book of Eclipses plus the Super Poly, which is pretty good for a board breaker package, so I think that's fine, and you have clean side patterns for going first and going second. The side deck with Nib, Droplet, Evenly, Dark Ruler. Dark Ruler is pretty bad this format, but so I'd take that out. And yeah, 2 Mirror Jade, 1 Lulu, Garura. Another very clean list, GZ1K. This is what happens when you're a MetaGamesGX channel member. Every time I played High Spirits, it never came up. Oh, brother. If you draw Aluber plus Albaz, it should come up, and you should have that hand a lot. Because you go Aluber, search High Spirits, pitch Albaz off High Spirits, go Kit, and then you insulate yourself for Mash by sending a Titan Cloud. Or an Albion. And then 3 Nibiru. Yeah, no, I like this list. Very, very good list. GZ1K. Oh, Killer posted his card over. Okay, so he actually posted a better list, but oh, I see what you did there. So here's a 60 card branded list with Bystials and Link. So guys, Synchro Branded is in the chat. Can we get some bless in the chat? Guys, we do have a very cool list with 3 Saronir and then 3 Quem, 2 of the Keeper of the Dragon Magic, which I've actually personally loved and branded as a little tech option to provide yourself with more extension plays. I've put the roasting back in deck roasting with this one. Zelda, your list was almost impossible to roast, actually. Like, I don't even know where to begin. It was like reading a Konami like written feature match. Like my eyes hurt. Bolt, what's up in the chat? What is up, my brother? Nice to see you. Hope you are doing well, my man. Hope to see you soon. But yeah, no, man. Ban list. What were your ban list thoughts, my man? I'd say ban list overall, good for Striker. We're just waiting for that Camellia. Also, Striker Malice. All I'm saying is looking pretty good if you want to use those QCR engages. Sorry, the deck list is cut off on this one. But yeah, no, 3 Jerusalem. I actually like in terms of it just seems like you have a lot of normals, right? Like in this build, you run Noah Luber. Noah Luber is a little no, you run 1 Aluber. 1 Aluber, 3 Albaz, 3 Quem, 3 Lubellion, 3 Book of Eclipse, 3 High Spirits with the branded regained and beast package. It's really kind of standard branded synchro, but I do like the keepers as this little spicy tech option. Not too bad. I'd say maybe you could probably run something more wholesome there. You do have the ad lib there too, which is nice. You could run that or the Vice King even in the synchro variant. Extra deck looks pretty standard, even the Dragon Lord, but 1 Mirror Jade seems a little sus. However, that might be able to be getting away with in a synchro variant. And then, of course, you do have the synchros and links, which help you go second and play through things like D-Barrier, which might be quite important, actually, in this current format with D-Barrier just running around rampant. Side deck leaves a bit to be desired in a 60-card build. Siding hand traps doesn't feel that good unless you're siding a bunch of them, but you do have Bystial, so it's like those are hand traps. However, the 3 Droll, I'd say, overall could be replaced. I mean, they're okay. I mean, you're not running Mulcharmy, so I think it's fine. And then 2 Lancia seems a bit random. I would probably just run 1, but I guess you run 2 for the in case you go against Malice. I just run 1 for the Sanctum at that point, and then maybe Nibs. But I'm not sure what you would remove. I mean, you have the 3D barrier, but I think you run Thrust already, so you don't need to run 3 personally. But I can understand the point of, like, running a lot. Tito says, Bystials are still my favorite. I think Lulu is the most cuttable card from this list at the moment. Maybe Chaos Angel or a Striker Dragon. Yeah, no, I'd say, like, yeah, a Striker Dragon to help you link up, I think, is probably the most important thing in an extra deck like this for SP Little Knight, because I think, like, one of the best reasons to run Branded Synchro, or, like, you know, Fiendsmith Ryzeal, for instance, the deck that Triff just won the YCS with, which is in a deck that usually locks you into rank 4 Exceeses, but it allows you in that variant to make an SP Little Knight or an Negate plus a body before you do your, you know, your standard combo that locks you and then also gives you extra plays. So I do think that, like, Synchro Branded could go off the same kind of, you know, mindset into this format where Bestials can be converted into link bodies. Like, I think if we had Verte come back, that would help something like this. Killer TV with the puppet in the chat. My friend just built it from packs. Actually, that's not a terrible list for just packs, honestly. Court is an OTK tool, and Chaos is for stun back row decks. Totally fair EPA. But also, like, I wouldn't side an OTK tool. I just run board breakers, which help you OTK, you know. But I get it. It's also a side deck card, so, like, you'll see it more, but, like, it's also not as useful. At what point can we kind of move on? What do you mean, Hercules? Are you talking about from the deck list roasting? Like, move on to what? I'm very confused what you mean by that. I mean, we aren't deck list roasting all night, but I want to get to everyone's list. It's we got a bunch of people in here. They need their deck list roasted on live on stream. Thoughts on kashtira lists that topped YCS Guadalupe? I heard that list actually did not top according to somebody, but if it did, I think it was a interesting list. That's for sure. Kashtira cards do be doing stuff and converts into link bodies pretty well, right? I've been heavy slumped outside of Molcharmy just playing the game. That's crazy. I guess I see why you run it then. If they have over 8 cards in their hand, they're forced to shuffle them all into the deck and draw 2. That's so funny. Kamui World. Is Ido the supreme magical force, not a substitute for Puppet? It is. I just think Vice King is a little better, since you can't out it with Forbidden Droplet, for instance. Yeah, 2 port for Fiendsmith, and it's for the Chummies. Totally fair, Scott Hubs. Can we just get a quick shout out to the 100 viewers in the chat? Everyone here are goats. Hell yeah, Magic Geek. I think we... Yeah, no, it's crazy, dude. The support you guys have been coming through with lately, I very much do appreciate. It makes it a huge pleasure to come on here every day and, you know, come say hi to my community. People were really getting sick of last format, and it was showing. I just could tell in the community. It was crazy. Yeah, these are all updated post-ban lists. I have not seen one pop up. These are all post-ban lists. Branded in, like, other deck lists. Ban list was good. Not too bad. Excited for the meta. Got any ideas for a deck? You have to be playing Striker. I have a Striker Mouse deck on my deck profile on my channel. Recommend checking out Volt from the Rochester Regional. All right, we'll move on here. Belial Atrocity with their Memento deck. You'll love to see it. Appreciate you, Belial Atrocity. You've been coming through to a lot of the streams lately. Appreciate you. Heard that they don't need to be branded lists. Yes, they do not need to be branded lists. Apologies if you can't see it with all the effects and stuff. I'll change them for roasting if you'd like. No, I can... Yeah, I mean, I can tell this is Bone Party, so yeah. And I can tell this is Memento Fusion, right? Or is this Super Poly? No, that's Super Poly. Wow, Super Poly. How are you liking Super Poly Memento? Is it good? I see you're running more of a fusion package, obviously, too, to kind of, like, expedite that card in the form of Mud Dragon and Garura. No Guardian Chimera, but you're also running one of the illusion cards that send an illusion monster. I'm kind of curious why you're running that, or if that's just a Super Poly target. I think there's an illusion in here that you can send, though. I could be wrong. I mean, you're running 3 Molcharmy Fuwalos, Ash Blossom Imperm, plus the 3 Super Poly. So not a ton of non-engine space, which I think is where Memento is struggling with right now. However, I do think Memento has the ability to play through most hand trap combinations, so they're very good going second. This is pure Memento. How have you been liking pure Memento over something like Fiendsmith? Because I know that, you know, my mod Dom, he has been hard pressed to run the pure version. However, I think we keep seeing pure top, so I think, like, you know, you see kind of a bit of a difference in those builds, but they both end up still taking a lot of slots in events, especially last format, maybe not so much this format, but, you know, I think Memento in the OCG, for instance, right now, you know, for the last couple weeks have been cropping up to be the second best deck. So I think this deck has lots of potential for the future and has been very good. It's been proven. It keeps getting YCS tops. Hasn't gotten a YCS win yet, so, you know, that's always the difference between, like, a top-tier contender and not. All right, so, and then you do have the Link package plus the Fiendsmith Requiem. Oh, you do have the Fiendsmith package in here. So yeah, okay, I thought this was pure. You have one how do you like the one Requiem? And then the side with the Chaos Source with the Stepelia for more Super Poly targets. I feel like that might be a bit sus, running more Super Poly targets. I feel like Super Poly kind of isn't necessary in this deck and you might want something else. But you tell me how you like it, because you're already running Fusion, so already, you know. Belial Atrociocean. Hindsight, need to go buy some Sanctums and Lancias. Oh, thank you. Stream is fun. The Super Poly comes up surprisingly often. If you get hand trapped, you can go Engraver into Necroquip, into Sequence, into Chimera, because we banished the level 9 Memento Fusion to add the field spell, and then the Graveyard effect to Chimera to bring it back. Not ideal, but it works. That's cool. That Chimera can banish itself from Graveyard and bring back Illusion, which a level 9 is. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't realize that. Remember, guys, we are roasting deck lists right now, so if you'd like to see your deck list roasted, please put it down. Also, the side deck, you need to get rid of the 3 DDG. I'd just run Thrust in 1 DDG, Thrust in 1 D barrier, and just Thrust out if you get hand trapped. Like, I think it's, like, way better, personally, because then you can use it for board breaking. Like, you can side in the Lightning Storms. I know you have no real normal spell to search out, though. I think all your spells are, like, quick plays or continuous, so maybe Thrust isn't the play. You tell me. We have Jackson L. Cheater in the chat with a branded 50 card list here with Mischief of the Gnomes in the side. I'm a gnome. Thank you for the compliment on the stream, though. I appreciate it. What's up, Lee Warrior? I saw that you posted your own deck list for roasting, too, so I got you. Oh, we have Gizmek Uko, which was actually another card I was considering for the end of this last format and this upcoming format, because, or I guess today's format, because it is legal today, post ban list. So I think overall, give me 1 second, guys. Overall. Oh, I do like how you're running the Impulse for the crossout target. If you're running crossout, like, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not running Impulse. Like, I know it sucks to go buy the Impulse for a deck you're not going to use it in, but it's good for a crossout target. Also, it's just a staple, so if you ever go play another deck, it'll be useful to have. And staples like that always go up. Like, Ash Blossom got a reprint. It still stayed, you know, Mackers still stayed expensive. It'll be the same way with Dominus Impulse. So that's why I'm not going to be mad when I get, like, a Dominus Impulse for my crossout package, for instance. Guys, talk to me in the chat. Let me know. I'm going to take a 2-minute breather from roasting deck lists, and then we are going to continue. We're going to finish up the roasting of the deck lists, and then do you guys want to see that branded list in action, or some branded Azamina? Let's do some branded Azamina, and then we can do the Triff deck list if I'm not just, like, brain rotted at that point, because I want to learn the Fiendsmith Ryzeal. But let me know what you guys thought about the ban list, guys. Like, I think overall it was a acceptable ban list. I think it was a good enough ban list. However, I think it obviously missed a few things in the form of the Fiendsmith and kashtira cards, which is going to be an issue because we are not going to have a ban list for another 4 months. So also thanks Kaiwari for following me on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I kind of wish I knew more about Memento, but like I'm friends with plenty of Memento players, even like top Memento players, and I have a general idea of what they should look like. So I was able to at least like I know the side, like I would work on the side deck a bit. Like I know you could do better than with that side. I'd be careful with Super Poly, but if it works for you, it obviously works for you. I would just say you're missing some, you know, it's not. I mean, I've heard your extra deck isn't actually the tightest thing, so. I don't get how extra decks aren't tight, though, nowadays, when there's way too many options in the extra deck. Alrighty. Alrighty then. Foolish burial of goods. What are we doing here? Foolish burial of goods, really? This is what we're doing in Brandon now? Gimmick Puppet gets banned once. It makes people forget how to play Brandon. No, I'm just kidding. I do like the spice. I always love innovation. I've actually debated on this in the past. My issue is you don't go plus. You don't. So, if you don't have a way to go plus off of it, it's not good. You can use it as a board breaker with Black Oat, of course. You can send up Retribution, of course, which requires another card. So, you just gotta consider things like that. I would just say you could run better cards like that. Like I think Nadir is just better. Obviously, just run like an Entis at that point. I also think at 50 card, you might as. I think like Black Goat's great in a version of the deck that, you know, runs grass and you're not even at that point. So yeah, no, this is outside of that, it's a good list. I would say like 2 Quiem, 2 Cartesia, 1 Adlib, no Puppet, totally fine, and then 1 branded red with no desires. No, I like it at 50. I think like Book of Eclipse. I would just say the Foolishes are kind of the weakest part of this, unless it's like really cracked for you. And let me know right now, right? No Ido. I mean, I think you can either run Ido or Vice King, and I think you could choose between those two and then run Adlib or not. I think that the lock though is better on Vice King because it cannot be outed as easily as Ido can. I mean, Ido's pretty strong too, though. They're both very good. They're both very good. I'm just saying on my initial impressions, between the two, Vice King is better. Yeah, the only reason I don't run tactics in the memento list is that I have literally no normal spells. Yeah, exactly. I was like going through them. I'm like, where are the normal spells? Appreciate the review. No problem. I appreciate you coming through the stream, Belial. Belia Atrocity. I think that's how your name is. It's that's a lot nicer way to say it. EPA meta. If you didn't see this before, Quertus is a super poly target for going second mainly against Malice and Fiendsmith. Okay, I can understand why you'd run it, but even then, just run Masquerade because it's the same thing. But I guess going second, it's OTK too, so. I just feel like I'd want to main a Masquerade at that point. Belia Atrocity, I'm thinking about getting rid of Super Poly for Thrust, though. Once again, appreciate the review. I only own one deck, as you saw, completely avoided the ban list, so I'm happy with it. That's always cool when, like, you invest in a deck, and it's just, like, that's how it was with Branded for a year. I was just, like, cruising. And, you know, Mementos like that at the moment, too. Belia Atrocity, to be honest, I just didn't want to buy more things. I just wanted to abuse the extra X space. That being said, I definitely need to work on that side deck. Totally fair. I just make sure, you know, you can always go second. I think that's the issue with Memento most of the time. You can always go first. Going second is always the thing to figure out with that deck. Trey Torres, I topped a case tournament with Branded 60 card, no grass build. Felt amazing. Nice. What was the list looking like? Can we play some games later? Yeah, we're gonna play some games later as long as I'm not just trying to get off here. But a bunch of people are still in the chat, so we're gonna still be playing some games. We're at like 90 viewers. And then I like the banishment too. That is another brick on top of ad-lib. That's something you could consider doing either or maybe how I think both is just fine though, mostly. Side out game going second. One of each Charmies, just basically cross-out package, and then Gnomes for the Ryzeal matchup, and then one D-Barrier. I just think you don't need Gnomes, and D-Barrier is just fine, but because Gnome sucks against the Fiendsmith variant, so it's just like a bad card, I think, against Ryzeal. And then one Gizmek Uka, this is cool for Fiendsmith. I've been wanting to try this out, so I really do like you putting this in. Alright, I'm gonna be real. I don't know what most of these cards do. I have not played Preplant Branded. I'm gonna let you guys do your own imagination on Solo Ascension 60 card Predaplant Branded. If you want to give some more context for the viewers, I'll just put up the deck list and you guys can kind of just be the judge of it. Where can I send you the deck list? You join the Discord and post under the deck list section of the Discord. The Discord, you could join by going !Discord or going to the link in the description for my Discord. So, yeah, no. And then I'll keep this up, but we can go back to this once I hear your guys' thoughts on it. But here's the first Malice list of this night. Shout out to Maxi for bringing it through. Because I love Malice, honestly. I would play this deck too if I had a core. I think it's a very good deck and a very good deck in the hands of a good player. I just think what's unfortunate is it just doesn't have enough right now for it to be the best deck in the room. Just like has some very obvious choke points and like randomly losing situations that that means it can't be the best deck in the room, I think. So, but it's still like a top 3 deck in the room right now. That's like the difference between first and second kind of thing. And then you're running a bunch of hand traps, Fuwalos. I'd probably remove the Droll, but that's just me. Maybe run Nib or something. Not even Nib. I mean, did you watch the deck profiles on my channel? I'm not even gonna like... Malice is Malice. I'd say just watch the deck profiles on my channel and kind of compare them on these because overall, like talents is like fine too. I like the one of Code of Soul. I think Code of Soul is cool. I like how you're running the kashtira cards. However, you aren't running the striker cards, so I'd like consider running the strikers on top of the kashtira cards. I think they're all pretty good. I don't know if people were doing either or. Explain Uka, please. I have a few videos on Uka, but Uka is very good against the Fiendsmiths because they summon from deck, and you can chain Uka on that and summon Ecclesia, and then make a free Mirror Jade on your opponent's turn or Puppet Lock on your opponent's turn. The only way to Puppet Lock though is to open the Vice King. Is Chaos Dragon good sub for Boral Dragon? No. I think it's like you run it on top. I think Boral Dragon's 10 times the card Lane Darkness Dragon Lord is. I like how you're siding also Shifter. I think that's correct. I didn't see a lot of these lists maining at my regional. Oh no, GZ1K with 3-part picture. So this is GZ1K's pure Fire King build, so let me expand or minimize it so you guys can actually see. Pure Fire Kings, this is actually something I've been kind of interested in to see post-ban list, because Fire King post-ban list is looking pretty bad with the OSS ban, which allowed them to play the Witch and the Azamina package to bridge into Ponix very easily, and then also just have Snake Eyes Ash to help with link plays and more bodies. With Flameburge, it was just really fucking crazy. I'm glad they got rid of it, but now you have to go back to the drawing board and basically get 3 structure decks and play from there, because Kieran's and Volcanics are still broken cards, but you are kind of down to 3 extenders in the deck, which kind of sucks. I mean, you have to max out on Ponix, which I see what you did there, because that's like your best, it's like your Aluber in this deck, but you don't even have a way to spec it out outside of Island, I guess. I guess Island is a pretty good way to do it. Hand traps. X-Jack. I think we're missing a lot of this deck. Actually, I think we're missing like half of the deck, but alright. Actually, is this the whole deck? That'd be crazy. We got Hazard's Master Duel branded list here with 3 dark holes. My man did not lie. My man came with the receipts. How do you like the dark holes? Because I have to admit, I don't think they're great in branded, but they're also not bad. Like, I just don't think you want to be blowing up your own stuff most of the time. Although destruction doesn't really matter, that doesn't mean you want to actively be doing it. I see you're running 3 tragedy with no allure. That's also kind of sus. And then you're running the 1 random branded quick play that kind of sucks. I think it's like, doesn't revive a banish card or something. I don't even think it's that good. Like this card. This card's not good. So I mean, Threatening Roar in the main deck, I guess like I can see what you're doing for Tenpai. I just prefer D-Barrier. I think it's better against most decks, but I guess Threatening Roar is more generic against most decks. I just like prefer Black Goat. I think Black Goat's better in terms of a thrust target, but like also you're not running thrust, so I'd like try to work on thrust. I obviously see this as like probably more of a budget variant with like how many rares you're using. Like you're using 3 Sprines, so obviously like I'd just work on getting thrust. I think you're doing the best you can with like going SRs on like Dark Hole. I think that's totally fair. And then you're doing 3 Keeper. Yeah, no, I actually like this build a lot more now that if I look at it as like a budget build. You said something about coaching. Where can I buy that? Says Killer. You can just DM me on Twitter, aka X, or you can Discord DM me at MetaGamesGX, aka you could just join the Discord and click on my name and then DM me, or you could at me in general and I can DM you and we can set up a date. But yeah, I have great rates. I have great success stories with my students. You know, I try to always curate the teaching or the coaching lessons to what is best for you. I try to, we really get into the nitty gritty and see where the pain points are of branded for you, and where, where your strengths are, and then where we need to go, and like where you are at with your branded journey, or really just other decks, because obviously I could coach on Ryzeal, I can coach on Mermail, I've coached on TEARLAMENT before. So, overall, if you'd like extra help with branded and other decks, which I think a lot of the time coaching ends up being one of your best options to get quick information, because a lot of the time, like, knowing how to, like, interactions that come out that you only find out by playing like thousands, if not tens of thousands of games, you can kind of get that information by just getting coaching kind of thing. And that's why people do coaching. Like, so, just DM me for that. Would love to help you out, Killard. You can also sign up for the $30 a month membership on YouTube to get access to one coaching session a month on top of your regular membership, YouTube membership benefits. So that means you get entered into all the giveaways for the month. You get the name, you get early or exclusive videos that only members get access to and stuff like that. So I'd recommend going about that way, or you could just work out with me, by the way. The last 4 weeks, 20-3 at locals. Damn, the duality goat struck again. That's all 40 cards, says GZ. It's clean. I want to know if there's another monster that has equal attack and defense that just absolutely floodgates these decks. That'd be great. Jambud's VO. I'm currently running Ryzeal's Prisons to dodge people running crossout against D barrier. I can only bring it out against Synchro and Xyz decks anyways. Yeah, it's like better in our deck, I think. From which country are you? I'm in the USA. I'm a New Yorker. Could try Ryzeal Prison to play around crossout. Yeah, that's exactly what Jam Buds was just talking about. I think Creighton Pre was recommending that too on like my video in the branded Facebook group. He was telling people to check out Ryzeal's Prison if you're playing branded and you're going to Anaheim. If you were. So this is Elix Duality Cope branded list. He comes through every week, coming out, selling his duality propaganda, and he has been 22-3, I think, with this list, I guess, the last 3 weeks of locals to this or a similar list. So, I think this definitely warrants. I think duality's strong. I think it's strong. I don't think it's a bad card. I think you just have to deck build around it, and I don't like how the deck ends up feeling when you deck build around it. That doesn't mean it's bad, especially when you're running 3 Super Poly, 3 Thrust, 3 Book of Eclipse. You're making it work on top of 3 Nadir Servant, and like it's a quick play, so you could always use it on your opponent's turn. Go Maximus, and then go Duality on Maximus to make Dragoon on your opponent's turn. It's not bad in that regard, and you're also running the DD Vice King. I actually love this list, Elic. I'm gonna have to buy back my dualities because I somehow moved my dualities. I would just go for the membership because you get more benefits. Killer TV. And it's on YouTube. I don't have that membership level on Twitch yet. I have to do that. But that's just me. If you don't care about the benefits, you could always just simply like do PayPal and stuff like that. Okay, nice. I'm from Germany. Hell yeah. And also, if you do it through YouTube, I think it auto-converts if you're German. So I think it would be easier just doing it through YouTube. And it's the $30 tier, or it's the second tier. It's not the first, it's the second. No, it's the yeah, it's whatever the $30. So it might be the third tier. Yeah, we have 4 tiers now. It's the third highest tier for the coaching. I'm pretty sure there might be 5 tiers. Oh my god. All right, so just make sure you're doing the tier for one coaching session, because there is one, but if not, just DM me. It might be a little confusing. So yeah, I don't know, the 3-star in here seems a bit bricky. That's the only thing I'd change personally. And one mirror jade's a bit sus. It's a bit sus. I'd probably maybe run droplets over super poly, so you can, I mean, you're not even running the mud dragon, so it doesn't even matter. But it's a really tight extra deck. That's like the tight, I'd maybe remove Quertus or something for the second jade. And also shout out to Germany. We love our Germans. Great YuGiOh hub. So yeah, good list. Elic, I appreciate you sharing it with us. King Dandelion also has a tournament report for us. Okay, switched for the tournament with second Lancia, third Dogwood, and Light and Darkness, and extra. He won round 1, 10 pie game 3, 10 pie 1 game 3, round 3 he 2-0'd Malice, win in time, game 1 I broke their board, had no engine, Predaplant beatdown, round 4 Ryzeal, game 3 no one could do damage, simple game state. So, oh wait, he won all those games, I think? I can't tell. But then round 5 he lost against Snake Eye Azamina. They went first, had too much. Game 2 I misplayed. Should have dumped something else off of Quem, so it was one of those things. You lose to one misplay, and then double super poly on Ryzeal. So I guess you went 5-1 at this case tournament. Very nice. With this list in particular. Adidia, YGO Omega updated ban list. Damn, really? Let's go, Adidia. What's up? What's up, NA champ? I know it's not the same Adidia. I'll definitely buy something. Yeah, no. Elic. It's so crazy to get hand trapped to death and to end on Dragoon for free every turn. Duality into Boral into Lubelli. Oh, that's a really good point. It helps you on simplified game states. Duality might be the goo. Like, we have to think outside the box. It's like either that or Azamina or Synchro, I think. Or just like a pure build that's like really consistent at 50 cards. I think we have lots of options for branded right now. Oh, you went 4-1-1 tied with Ryzeal. Got it. Not bad, not bad. I like this list a lot. I would say the Dogwood ain't really necessary. Do you feel like 3 D barrier is necessary? I like the 2 Quem in a build with, I mean, you are running Allure, but no. Wait, 3 Mercurier is wild. How did you like the 3 Mercurier? Something I don't quite agree with, but it happens. I mean, you're running Desire, so you don't necessarily need the 2 Branded and Red, in my opinion. Extra deck I'm quite happy with. Also, you can probably cut Alba this format now that 10 Pie is dead, though. Wait, I missed why Duality was good. Someone please tell me. Duality is good. Like, so I used to run Duality in kashtira format because it was really good to dodge, like, kashtira effects or, like, imperm. So, like, you can go Grand Guignol effect, and then they can chain imperm, and then you can chain Duality since it's a quick play spell card. And then it tributes the Grand Guignol dodging the imperm, so you can still resolve the Grand Guignol effect at the end of the chain. But you also get a free Red Eyes Dark Dragoon out of it because Duality makes a Red Eyes Dark Dragoon off of Grand Guignol, any spellcaster, essentially level 8, light or dark, and then you can also make Sanctifier off of Albion, which is pretty good. Red Albion. And then you can also make Dragoon off of Maximus because it's a level 8 light spellcaster. So it helps you, like, play through hand traps by making, like, a board and all that fun stuff. Bird was good, helped with high spirits and a learn. My goal to end on Bird from Branded Lost and search their turn. Yeah, I mean, you always have Bird in hand. I can understand. Alright, so I believe this is the last list. I'm not... This is B Troopers, and I love it. It's 44 card B Troopers. How is it? I've been seeing some people run the insect decks to, like, great success. Like, are insects just, like, one generic... one card starter away from being, like, the best deck? So it's, like, a super heavy combo deck. Like, it's so cool to see there's, like... It's, like, super heavy insects. Super heavy combo insect deck. Did I not? Who told? I definitely should have Rinbrum in my extra deck if Rinbrum was in my extra deck. Yeah, Rinbrum was in my extra deck. If Rinbrum wasn't there, that's weird. But it should have. It was definitely there. Maybe I just like skipped over it. But Rinbrum is definitely in my extra deck. You definitely run Rinbrum in that deck. Or if you're talking about the deck list, I don't know. I love that. Yeah, the draw from the grave too is really good. So basically just like pays for itself and gives you the draw for Dragoon. Dev TCG, bro, since I'm getting your Atlantean core, be honest, how good is it into Ryzeal and Malice stuff? So I think Atlantean is actually better this format because there's like there's no shifter. No one's trying to main deck shifter since shifter's dog shit against Ryzeal and it's bad. It's really bad. It's even worse against Malice. And it's bad against kashtira. It's good against Fiendsmith, but it's bad against kashtira, so it's not like the best there. So like shifter's just getting rotated out of the format a little bit, so like automatically your deck gets a lot better when you only have to deal with Droll, and you have way more Droll lines than shifter, and you get more support in the set next month. So like I already I'm hesitant to move it, but I also like know I'd get more use out of the Fiendsmith stuff, so it's gonna be a long format. If I'm playing the best deck, I'm gonna probably want the best engine. I don't think it's bad at all. You just have to be on point and learn your combo lines through hand traps. It's kind of like branded. It's technical, like with breaking boards, but you get to run really broken hand traps. You get to run the Mulcharmies, the Impulse, but you can also just run a more standard lineup like Ash Imperm Veiler and like Mourner and like Ghost Ogre. Or you can run board breakers like Talons. All right, so let's play some games. All right, let's test the list we just deck profiled. I know what you mean, Gold. That's why I went and checked, because I like forgot about Rinbrum too. Like I'm pretty sure like I might have just like skipped over it on accident. Like I don't know. That's why I had to double check if it was in there. Titanic Cloud. Like usually ends on the trap of banish, also a board wipe, which is kind of sad. Like Link 5, Ragnaraka trap, and then a monster negate, which is surprisingly really strong for an obscure insect deck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you guys just need like a couple more cool cards and it'll be like really broken. You see any cool voiceless voice decks? Ryzeal Voiceless Voice was the last cool one I saw personally. What do you think about goblins this format? They're really good against Ryzeal, and they're getting more support in Suda, which is the next upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh set, so I think there's a lot to look forward to with goblins and playing them into a format where the best deck is an Xyz deck. All right, so yeah, please thumbs up the stream, guys, if you haven't already. That was a really fun roasting deck list session. That was one of the most fun ones we've done in a minute. Really appreciate it. We had a ton of people here before that. Now we're gonna try out our branded deck list, see how it tangos. I'm running the Sanctum over the 2 nib with Lancia. We can draw into the 1 nib right there. Oh, bye, Dylan Chambers. Thanks for coming through, bro. What's up, Chris? What's your opinion on Malice deck? I like Malice. Malice is like the 3rd best deck. Sorry, Dylan, I didn't see your message before. But yeah, Malice is like the 3rd best deck. 2nd best deck, 3rd best deck. One of the 2. It's very good. I'd get it if you like something technical, because it's harder to play than Ryzeal. And it's also getting more support in the future. Oh, I'm on Ryzeal on accident. Sorry, guys. I guess we're playing Ryzeal for a game. Getting food there sucks. Oh, I can't. I'm getting, like, destroyed to Fua here. I didn't realize this also specials from deck. Damn. That sucks. I'm just gonna end on this, like, literally. I'm just... No, he probably just has it from here. But I also have 2 interruptions, so I might be able to just stop him from here. Yeah, I was gonna say, he just still has play, so I just kind of messed up by, like, whatever. Oh, nice D barrier. Also, I could just go normal summon refrain, but that also just plays into nib once again. Or sorry, I don't feel like playing actually into that. When I can just go full Ryzeal combo. Go X Ryzeal. Get the node. And then go sword. We can still normal here too, but we're obviously getting this ice here. Yeah, I guess we just go into duo drive. He'll probably have an imperm we just have to eat, but it doesn't matter. Why he doesn't, that's crazy. I did remove the trap too. I'm running Melodious Ryzeal. I just think it's like a bit better going second. It eats a lot more hand traps. Wish I ran this at the regional, but I didn't. We can go ice. Go for another sword. He probably has nib here, which is just fine. We have a nib out here and plug in. And then we can attach and then detach for the field spell to negate the nib, which is just super broken. And then we can make a detonator for 3. Go detonator effect. Get the aggregator. And then we can go node effect. Do we even want to go node effect? Honestly, doesn't really matter. Yeah, we don't need to do that. We can just make like a Dugaris and then just draw some hand traps. Yeah, Mulcharmy's kind of useless there. Go bonfire, just search follow-up. Did he have... I'm so confused. Did he have Droll? I don't know. The D barrier just cooks this matchup anyway. He probably has the cross out, so that's why, I mean, we insulated beyond that. It's not like he didn't nib us already. And then he can go sword effect, which will be fine. I should have done that anyway because aggregator would just negate whatever he brings out. And then aggregator just negates that. Oh, I should have gone D-barrier Xyz there. Because if he goes Typhon, I was gonna say. D-barrier here just cooks him. And he's already committed to the Xyz, so he can't do anything here from now. It's just like game over. I'm not sure what the ice does there. Besides, yeah, I'm not sure what that does. Well, you're really good. Props to you. Well, thank you. I don't know why I did that was so good. Dylan Chambers. Alright, we can just go Ryzeal cross, and then... I do appreciate it. That's very nice of you to say. I'll take the compliment. We're getting better, though. Try and make our craft better in this game. Saying the chummies, they're really good against Ryzeal. We also need to keep in the crossouts for the D barrier. We just straight up have to. Maybe we could side out the Ostinatos. I don't know. I just feel like Ostinato helps me way too much going second. Maybe just like side out the bonfires. Side out a node. Side out a that. Talents is pretty good in this matchup. I'm playing COD at the same time. Let's go, Dylan Chambers. I love COD, man. The new COD's really good. What prestige are you? Oh god, no, not the set 2. Well, we can start Ostinato. And just, like, pick apart his board, go SP. Yeah, he ashes it. That's understandable. I'll just go Ice Ryzeal just in case he has a Floodgate, so I can go X. Also, Gold Sark is overrated. May look at adding back Tragedy. Yeah, I'd recommend it. Tragedy is really good with, like, you know, all the droplet interactions and stuff. And chain blocking. I think it's really good for the grind game, too, you know. Your second Tragedy that you could already have there. Or we can go sword effect, get the... Okay, he just quit. Nice. Damn, now I kind of want to play Ryzeal. What do you guys want to see, Branded or Ryzeal? You guys want to see Branded, so I'll show you guys Azamina Branded. I know you guys were patiently waiting through that game that I was just forced to play Ryzeal, so we definitely will be playing Azamina Branded now. Or no, sorry, we're going to play our other Branded list that we just did a deck profile on, and then we can play Azamina Branded. And then we can play some Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Not the Witchcrafter's option. How many points are you at, GZ1K? Dylan Chambers, what did I do? I'm playing COD at the same time. Someone asked you what at Dylan Chambers, why was duality such a crazy thing? I know the tag out with Maximus Squig for Dragoon, but I thought there were different combos that made him go, oh, it works in simplified game state. Yeah, because, like, if you end on a Dragoon after your opponent has gone 3 hand traps into your board, and you're still able to end on a Dragoon that just dodged your Gwignall's Imperm, then you're, like, way ahead of your opponent, right? That's kind of, like, the theory, right? Also, this hand is great. As long as he doesn't have an Ash. Yep, exactly. This is why I like the 50 card build too. I could just get to open Fuwalos. Man, I really hope I didn't lose my Fuwalos. Card's so good. You're right, Adliv is nuts, says Hazard Gaming. I swapped out some stuff and threw in Trade-In at 3, and we have 5 level 8s, and Albion still works in Grave. Thoughts on Azamina Branded? I think it's really good. It just top 8'd my regional, and we're going to hopefully have the deck profile in the next week. EPA, been practicing with the deck via playing solitaire myself. 1 out of 5 times you brick. Other times you just make a small board that focuses on destroying boards. So you're right, it destroys boards. Fair enough. I did play Titaniclad though, GoldenEye. This guy's just going for it. This guy's just going for the chummy challenge. He's getting a little chummy with it. Oh, he ends on 1 negate. Not bad. Let's not get drolled here. I do have high spirits, though, to play around it. He apparently does not have it. Fiendsmith branded when? Once I learn the Fiendsmith engine, I have to learn it in Ryzeal first. It's going to be a really cool play that we do here. So we can go Albaz, he'll go DD Vice King effect. I'll change... Oh, what? He isn't negating this? Excuse me. Why... what? Can someone explain just what happened there? I'm very confused. He was supposed to chain Vice King there. And he just... Oh, okay. He chained Valor there, guys. Good job. Wow, we are really at 100 rated right now, huh? Guys, he played around Thrust perfectly. That was wild. That was wild. That was wild. Start fucking rapping. Oh. Oh, I thought. Oh, oof. Well, I guess I could do that. That's true. I feel like he has a nib. No, he has another Valor, guys. Oh, no. I still have OTK, guys. That Valor did nothing. Oh, guys. He impermed my Lubellion. Whatever will I do? Oh, the horror. Oh, wait. I forgot. He has a Fiendsmith cards in graveyard, so I guess he could have survived 1 turn. Wow. Fuwalos cooks. Also, the side... Yeah, Imperm is a little different, I guess. So this deck is a little different. But it's basically the same idea as the deck profile we just did. Probably take out Vice King going second, honestly, in a build like this. Just test it out. Test the waters. Bro had a vision like Kaiba in the Ishizu duel. Oh my god, the double chummy plus nib is actually wild. Branded best deck. I'm going against Ryzeal since when? Going normal summon ice like that. That's crazy. I mean, I guess I just chummy. I should just double chummy here, honestly. I know he's going to play into it. What do you think the top 5 decks will be? The top 5 decks are going to be in this order. Ryzeal, Malice, Fiendsmith, and let me see what else. I had a list here. Ryzeal, Malice, Fiendsmith, YuGiOh, everything else. There might be a more definitive. Is this guy just actually not seizing? That's crazy. I have Book of Eclipse too if he wants to do that. Evening, boys. What's on the dueling menu tonight? Oh god, no, not the D barrier. At least I can still play around this. Yeah, we just go. Also, how's it going, Salty Fry? It's wonderful to see you on this evening. How are you doing, sir? Broken, bro. Bit of a while ago, I realized you excluded Quertus for the Lulu. Was trying to build a list off of yours and mine. Fair enough. 76k right now. You are down in the trenches of MetaGamesGX mines. The Magic Geek. I'll make a deal. If we get to 10 memberships, Twitch subs by Friday, I'll take us to the first sub goal. Guys, you hear that? You hear that? Help out. Let's help out Magic Geek. He's here usually doing the heavy lifting, and I appreciate you immensely for that. But, you know, he's posing you guys a challenge. If we can get to 10, if we can get to 10 members, which ain't bad, if we can get to 10 members by Friday, he will match it. He will match the rest. So it's not too bad. Think we can do it. And I'll be streaming a lot more this week too, because I do really have to test more of this format. So plenty of opportunities if you'd like to get in on the fun, because of course we give away free gifts to like packs of cards, free cards, expensive cards like playmats, deck boxes, you know, ultimate rare branded fusions, stuff like that. Wait, why didn't I go fucking book? That's so cringe. forgot to go book. I was just not paying attention. Well, actually, yeah, Exoton is just lame as fuck, dude. Oh my god. I still play past this, I'm pretty sure. So he's on the Fiendsmith variant. That's fine. I'm not sure why he would do this here, honestly, because he's going to have an interruption with Fiendsmith in Paradise. And that didn't even do anything. Okay. Now we can go Gwignall effect. Now, what is Gwignall? I mean, I guess Gwignall just gets us Albion. Albion's pretty good here. And then I can go Battle Phase, force him to thrust me. Or to make Thrust alive. Oh, wow, he's not even going to make Thrust alive. That's crazy. And this is totally fine. We're just in a simplified game state against Ryzeal, which is where you want to be with a Mirror Jade. And now I have Cartesia, Gwignall. I can go make Branded in red, make a Mirror Jade. It's gonna be perfect. I appreciate the offer, Magic Geek. Alright, Fiendsmith's tracked. It's gonna make Gwignall live. Gwignall live in the graveyard since we have two of them. Oh, we could go Lulu or we could go Quem. Ooh, that's so tempting to go Lulu. I think Lulu is better. And then I can go... He doesn't have a Fiendsmith in rotation, so at this point with 2 cards in hand, you kind of put him on better have it because Lulu takes care of the other one. We can go Fallen of Albaz into Mirror Jade. Then we can go Mirror Jade effect and banish the Fabled Lurie and send the Titanclad to the graveyard for follow-up. So now he has Ryzeal Cross, which will allow him to get, I guess, a draw. Where are you up to, Salty Fry? Nice to see you, brother. You still debating between GOAT and Modern? Why not both? Oh, new Dragon Maid cards got announced, guys. And they're really good. So he does have an ice. I mean, he's not going to be able to not... Oh, that sucks because the cross on Lulu. But then he can't out the Mirror Jade effect. Or the... Which is good. Oh. Oh shit, I did not mean to do that there. My bad. I might lose off of that. I thought that was Aggregator he sent. I didn't realize he already had Aggregator in rotation. Guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. We're at 82 likes now, only 18 away from the big 100. What Dylan Chambers? How have I never known about this for 8 months? What do you mean? Does he just have another extender in hand? I'm very confused. My deck list wasn't roasted. Wild. There were so many of them, Dom. I just had to do the ones that were posted today. I'll go back and look at yours. Well, now I have a bunch of stuff in the graveyard to trigger in the end phase, so he's going to have to make some hard choices. Or at least waste out his detonator effects. How's it going? Slendermancer in the chat. Doing that on Jade right there is kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie. Because now I just get to go Fallen of Albaz effect. This is crazy, what? How did this just happen? He just gave me a free Mirror Jade. That was a really funny interaction there. This guy just completely threw the game. And now we get to get Branded Fusion to hand for follow-up. Yeah, this 50 card list is really nice. I'm glad I didn't put Imperm in my actual version. I don't think it's good. We'll just do something simple. He doesn't have Lacrima. And that's game. Easy game. Easy game. Oh, I completely forgot to put this back up how it was before yesterday's stream. Now didn't I? I mean, I just chained this on the shifter at the very least. I'm sorry. I thought that was chain link too. I definitely chained to shifter there, but whatever, game. That is absurd. I hate the Omega automatic simulator sometimes. Like, actually fucking wild how that just happened. But whatever. Not even counting that game because of that misclick. I'm gonna grab some food before I play some more. So I'm gonna throw on the video quickly. We're gonna play some more, but I do need to get a...
And this time I'm going to be showing off my Ryzeal Fiendsmith spreadsheet. I said on stream on Saturday that if Ryzeal Fiendsmith wins the YCS, I will give away my Ryzeal Fiendsmith spreadsheet for free. So the spreadsheet is linked down below at the top of the description if you want to go ahead and check it out. I am going to go over a couple of the combos here right now. Also, make sure to check out my Twitch link down below right underneath of that. I'm not going to be streaming today, but I will be streaming tomorrow if you want to go ahead and check me out playing this deck on DB Rated. Okay, but the first combo is just one ice. So this is also not the risky combo. There's other combos on there too with just one ice, but you can go ice into X, X in the sword. Then we can go ahead and go for Exodia Knight or Moon. Either way, it's the same outcome. Then go Requiem into Lacrima, dump Engraver, shuffle back Exodia Knight, special out Engraver. Like, technically, like, you should be going for Moon, I feel like, because some people may not know that you're playing Exodia Knight in this build, so then you can, like, scare them with it later, and, like, they should know that you're on Moon. I don't know which one's, like, fully correct to go for yet, but people will know the deck soon anyway, so it won't matter. And then make DDD, special sword effect, go for X, special X by dumping Mirror Logic, overlay in the duo. Then you have duo effect, and you can attach one from grave, but it really doesn't matter here. And then you're gonna go duo to attach, go ahead, search out cross and node, activate cross, special node, you have node send. Like, you also don't have to activate cross there either, it's fine. Overlay in the dead natter to attach, cross effect, put back, and then draw. And then, yeah, obviously it's just a blank draw. Now you have cross, dead natter with Mirror Logic under it, DDD with Lacrima into Requiem, into Fiendsmith and Paradise, and then you still have the other cards in your hand because this is just a one card combo. Now onto Ice plus Engraver. We will start off with Engraver in the Tract, and the Luria, and the Requiem, and the Lacrima, dump the Trap. Anytime you open Engraver, you can dump the Trap on your turn. If you open Tract, then you dump Engraver on your turn, Trap on their turn. So now we go ahead, make the Lacrima, then equip, summon back out, necro equip, and then overlay in the DDD, normal ice, bring out sword in the ice, and then overlay, make duo drive effect, go ahead, search out the cross plus the node, that's fine, and then special out node effect, send special back out from the graveyard, activate field spell, make dead natter effect to attach. And then, yeah, here you have a couple different options. So you have to attach one of these. It really doesn't matter which one you attach. Or, and I explain it right here, if you want to, instead of adding ice for follow-up, you can add X and then special X, dump Mirror Logic, and then you're able to overlay with the X, sword, and node into Detonator because it takes 2+, and then use Detonator to attach Mirror Logic, so it gives you more materials. And then you also get to leave both of these in the graveyard. But then you lose the follow-up because you don't get to search for ice, and you summoned out the X, and the X can't search because you control DDD. Then we go cross effect to put back, and then draw, and then, just blank draw, and then on to the third and final combo I want to go over. This one's ice plus X, and normal summon out ice effect, bring out X effect, go search out sword, and then overlay, make Exodia Knight or make Moon, Requiem into Lacrima, dump Engraver. I make Exodia Knight in most of these combos because I think it's really cool that you can Exodia Knight in the Requiem, so it's just a little cool. And summon out Engraver by shuffling back. Then we go into the Necro equip, overlay, make DDD, special summon out sword effect, go ahead, search out ice, and then special summon out X by dumping the Mirror Logic, overlay in the duo. Effect to attach, effect detach, go search out the cross plus node. Also, I should bring this up too, that in some of these combos, if you want to, you can leave duo drive on field by sending like a Charmy from hand or like a dead card from hand, and then that still like lets you keep the cross negate, so you don't have to detach from Detonator for it. I don't think that really matters too much, but if you do have like a dead card in hand, then yeah, you can go ahead and do that. It's crazy I said it in this one because there's a lot of replays, and I think this is the only one I said it in. But make the detonator effect to attach, cross effect, put back, and then draw. And then also, if you do draw the Paradise, you can pop it with your detonator on the opponent's turn. So let's say the opponent starts off with something random, like activate Pot of Prosperity, or activate Pot of Desires. You can go chain detonator, pop Fiendsmith and Paradise just to put it into the graveyard, and then it's an interruption in your grave. And then also another thing about Fiendsmith and Paradise too is this doesn't have to dump Desiree. I feel like this should be brought up. This can dump any Fiendsmith from the deck or extra deck, so there are times where you want to dump Lacrima or Engraver and not just Desiree. So I feel like this should be brought up, especially if you just go for Ryzeal combo and then like you set this and you have no Fiendsmiths in rotation. There's really no point of dumping Desiree if you don't have a Light Fiend anywhere. Or if you do have that, you can also X dump Exceton Knight to give you the Light Fiend for Desiree. But let's say you have nothing in rotation, then you can go ahead and dump like a Lacrima or an Engraver, probably like an Engraver, so that way on like the follow-up turn you have that engrave. It's just like a little something that you should know. It doesn't really matter too much, especially not for like the combos. But that is going to be it for the combos. There are a lot more combos on the spreadsheet, and again, the spreadsheet is free. You do not have to buy it. It has a link down below at the very top of the description. And yeah, with all that being said,
What's up, everybody? So let's see if there's something else we can watch while I go use the bathroom. Pure Ryzeal 4th place. Top 16 Malice Bestial. Top 16 Voiceless Voice. We could watch that.
I guess I took top 32 with the YCS, Anaheim.
Dude, I'm so hyped this man took top 32. It's crazy. Second after Swiss.
Second after Swiss, yes.
This is the
X1.
homie. This is the homie, man. This guy's like one of the only people that like when I moved out here came up and was like, hey man, what's up? Show me around and stuff. This guy's awesome. I'm so happy that he topped. What'd you play?
Today, well, I played Voiceless Voice.
God bless. It's so sick, dude. Just pure.
Yep, just here. With an Endear Servant package, but I mean, I feel like everybody's running that at this point.
So before we pull out the trash, any shout-outs?
Let's see. Shoutouts to all my card addiction locals.
Of course.
My friends, my family, the people at UCI that have been my friends since forever.
Of course.
Whenever YCS happens, I always fly into town. I always love meeting up with them. And yeah, let's see. My carpool John, who took me here yesterday.
Got it. Wouldn't be here without him.
Yeah, no, 3 days of $25 parking is ridiculous.
That's insane. That is wild. Well,
Yeah.
let's get into the garbage.
All right,
let's
let's
see it.
crack open the garbage can. All right, first we got the main deck. There is the standard, let's put it this way, there's standard triple low,
Of course.
triple Saphira.
Of course.
What do you think about the list? What list? Like the list I was using? I mean, I really like it.
There is
What's being killered?
Cerebus.
What do you think about Grisel's Prison to play around Cross-Eye? I wasn't here if you replied to a similar question before. I kind of did. I like I like Grisel's Prison.
Old Man Cerebus, Ritual Cerebus, and 2 Skull Guardian. There,
I don't know if
and then
something got
there
bumped though.
is the honorary Voiceless card, triple Diviner plus Trios.
It's literally a voices card.
It's a Voiceless card, it's a Drytron card, it's everything but Herald support.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. And then for hand traps, we got 1 Magnamute, 2 Nib, 2 Veiler, and triple Ash. And then Maximus is for the Nadir Servant target.
Yep.
And then for spells, we have the standard 1 Blessings.
Guys, hear me out. Quadruple Mirror Jade. I mean, you can, right? Sanctifier, Adlib, Quem, and the regular Mirror Jade. It's possible. You just have to have, like, another way to fuse off on your opponent's turn. Like, so fusion duplication is usually it.
Triple Barrier. Double Field Spell. Double Pre-Prep. And triple Nadir Servant. And then extra spells are 2 Talents, which went in really hard.
That card's insane right now. Insane.
Everybody's running 20 hand traps. Of course, you have to run that thing now.
Yeah.
And then there is the called by and pot. You have to run pot for this deck.
Yeah, you have to run a bot. This is the best one.
And then for traps, there's the Radiance. There is triple Imperm.
Yep.
And triple Purge, because the deck, in case you didn't notice, is all light.
The wombo
Card's so good when you have a trap in graveyard, and it sucks when it doesn't.
Yep, and I mean, this didn't really conflict like at all this entire tournament.
The only thing it conflicts with what, Ash?
It's Ash, and then I think you lose access to SP and Typhon, but honestly, I didn't...
3-chamber and D-Link now? I don't even know what that means. I know what that means, but I don't know what that means, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy concession to make, right?
Especially when it makes them pass for turn, that's all you need.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see that extra deck, I guess.
Yep, the
Pull it
extra
out of
deck.
the garbage.
Yep. Nothing too fancy. There's the Nadir Servant targets. You have Omega, Garura, Wind Pegasus Adagnister, Typhon. Not a Nadir Servant target. The rest of them are Entis and Arclight, which are also Diviner targets, and Aggregator, because everybody's running this now on their side, in their extra. Yep.
Get rid of the detonator, negate the other thing. Wow.
Yep. And then for the rest of the extra deck, there's Typhon, Little Knight, Anima, Almirage and Secure Gardena, which is for Blessing Place the Ritual, but it's also for Maximus to get an extra deck engraved. Then Double Dynamondo because it's a ritual deck. Chaos Angel and Meteor Burst.
Guys, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already on the stream. We're at 88 likes right now. Help support the stream. Shout out to Goo Gaming. We're right now watching their deck profile on top 32 YCS Anaheim. Voiceless voice.
Meteor Burst is for the Odd Eyes Pendulum Drop Track inside.
We're going to be playing some games soon here, though.
I don't think that ever came up.
I've done it like once and it went so hard, bro.
There was no Tenpai today. It's crazy.
That's fair. It was your top cut match the only tempo?
Yeah, it was the only
That's
Tenpai.
crazy. The matchups were so weird, man. Like, I played 0 Ryzeal in the entire event.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? And it was 62% of top cut or something?
It
It's
was,
like,
yeah.
The
no,
matchups were just crazy.
On the other hand, I played like 4 Ryzeal.
Yeah.
And I mean, the matchup was really straightforward.
Yeah,
I lost
it's
my die
easy.
roll against half of them, and I still won all of them.
It's easy. Yeah. All right, well, let's see that side deck, brother.
All right, and then for the side, there is Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph. I mean, it's a ritual target. It's really good against Tenpai specifically, but not much else. There is your Lancia, because we're in a Malice format right now.
Gotta play that card. Card's nuts.
Yeah. No, but what do you call it? In Voiceless Voice, you like it because you don't auto lose the Evenly or Cosmic. It's really nice.
Dude, yeah, the evenly thing's insane.
Yeah, it's like not losing the Evenly is a really good justification for just keeping this card in.
My friend played against Rescue Ace too, and unironically, insane against Rescue Ace as well.
It's really good.
What else we got?
And then there is 1, 2, 3 for OS.
Of course.
It's a good card. I was running it, I was maining it originally, but I couldn't justify it because I kept on seeing it going first and being a dead card, and I was like, I can't do anything with this.
In a deck like this that like really has to go first, a card like this, like when you need all of your cards to be live, just isn't worth playing probably.
But then going second, I mean, it makes people pass for turn.
Of course, yeah.
And then there is Double Cosmic, which honestly didn't come up at all this event. I don't think anybody really set up floodgates on me, oddly enough. Other than the D barrier, which couldn't be Cosmic.
Yeah, and that card, I think people aren't running floodgates because X just single-handedly outs the
Pops all of
floodgates.
them? Yeah, no, that
Well,
makes a
it
lot of
sends
sense.
aggregator, like X sends aggregator just negates the floodgate. So it's like, I didn't even play Cosmic just because of, I thought people were going to be scared of X, which I guess they are.
And then Malice is non-targeting removal for the floodgates. It's
Exactly.
like, oh, okay, so that makes too much sense.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yep.
Other
And
cross
then
out
there's
target, also
Triple
it's just
Ultimate
more
Slayer, which
proactive.
is good for this event, but I was running it before because I'm running the Deer Servant as well, so.
You already have the targets, might as well.
Yep. And then triple Judgment for going first.
Yep.
So I don't lose to the Evenly.
Lose the evenly, lose the like,
Basic.
double lightning storm or something. Like, yeah, it hurts, man.
It really does. Yeah, and then, yep.
Yeah.
That's everything.
Thank you, man. Congratulations again. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
We'll see you at the next.
Health check, hydrate, grab a snack, stretch, and as always, don't forget how awesome you are. From the Magic Geek himself, thank you for the positivity, Magic Geek. I appreciate you as per usual. Keeping up the chat.
YCS top 16? Top 8?
Well,
Not the cap cut. Actually, I already watched this. YuGiOh Pro deck. All right, let's see what people we're doing. This list very bog standard. Nothing actually to like. This is super standard. Is this anything out of the ordinary? Nope. Ryzeal, Fiendsmith. Josh was the only pure Fiendsmith in rotation. That's crazy. Raphael Reich, Voiceless Voice, Malice. So many Malice in top 32. It's kind of crazy. Someone was running Melodious Voiceless Voice. I was just curious. I don't see it. One Snake Eye, too. I'm pretty sure there was like one Snake Eye. Matthew Buck. It's like nothing here.
Hi YouTube, coming back after a little bit with a top 8 YCS Anaheim deck profile. I played Fiendsmith Ryzeal for the event. It felt like it was the best deck going in. And it performed really well. You know, top 8. I lost the trip in top 8. It was pretty unfortunate. He just drew way better, and I missed by a little bit, but I think it was like unwinnable regardless.
All right.
But I got a lot of shout-outs to give before we start. Shout out 3 sword, 3 ice. This is all pretty standard for the Ryzeal decks. These are your best ones. Like you max out on them. They're all starters. Sword's like the worst one. It's a little bit weird sometimes, but like if you normal sword, it's kind of like telegraphs. Your hand's not good, and so sometimes you get hand trapped and then you just pass, which is a little unfortunate. But those standard engine, and then 1 node. For Fiendsmiths, 3 engraver. I think you have to play 3 of this card. I want to see it. I drew 2 kind of a lot, honestly. But I feel like you'd rather just see it than not see it, so I just play the third one. And so you could go down to 2 post side. But I think in the main deck having 3 just to maximize your chance of seeing engine is good. And then we got Lacrima and Lurie. I thought about playing 2 Lacrima just because it's level 4, and there are some hands if you only open Fiendsmith cards that you can get the 2 Lacrima and get the Duel drive and play with your Ryzeal engine. Didn't really come up. It might have come up like 1 game today where I kind of wanted to do that, but for the most part it was fine, which is the one. And the kind of like, you don't want to have too many normal summons, so like playing multiple lists doesn't feel great. But this was fine. And then for hand traps, 3 Fuwalos, 3 Duel, 3 Ash. Shout out to David for these Ash Blossoms. They really came in clutch a lot. 2 Nibirs, 1 Veiler, and non-engine cards. So, yeah.
All right. Pure memento.
Boral here at YCS Anaheim 2024 with top 32 contestant. Please introduce yourself to the world.
Hi, I'm Tony Confletti, and I topped the YCS today with Memento.
What made you decide to use this deck?
A little bit of testing I was doing against the new decks. Like I felt like Fire just dies to a lot of cards, and other decks just die to the Mulchummy cards, and this deck can play around most of the high impact hand traps very well, like the Mulchummies and the Drolls. It does lose the shifter, and then in testing I realized it had a really good Ryzeal matchup, so that's why I chose to play it.
Okay, what happened in top 32?
Top 32, I actually played the guy I beat round 11, and I won the roll, and I bricked on hand traps, and then when I tried to fool him, he thought, so I didn't shock on the second one, and then I used the second one after he summoned Sword, and then he talents my Veiler, crossed out my Ash, and then I didn't draw any more hand traps out the couple draws, to stop the OTK. And then game 2, I only had 1 starter, he impermed it, I had triple hand trap, and then I got my turn back, and I just didn't draw Memento Name. It's the risk of playing the deck sometimes. Yeah. I was scared of bricking because I haven't bricked since game 1, round 3, so I thought it was due, and it unfortunately happened.
Okay. Well, before we start the deck profile, any shouts?
Shout out to my locals Curio and Froggy, Stephen Logan, who was been playing this deck and he kind of taught me how to play it, and I'm glad he did. And then shout out Edward Kim. He's the one who told me about the good matchup with Ryzeal, and since I was playing this deck already at locals, he said you should play this over fire. So
Okay. Sweet. Without further ado, please show us the top 32 group.
sure. Start off with the best starter, because with the dodge cards in this deck, you can dodge and still add. Some people play 3, but I brick on normal summons a lot because and I play 2 goblins, so you don't want to brick on too many of these. And then the extender.
Bobby WW or World War II. Thank you for following me on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you.
First, if you control no memento, you summon it, and then it just gets you into all your extenders that you go in the grave that trigger.
Yeah, we're
And
actually
then
just
go
gonna be
for
chilling for a minute, watching some deck profiles. So just letting people know. Probably do some games
Oh, sorry. I
after.
thought
Just
this
chilling
was
right
unlocked.
now.
For the 2 goblin as another extender, so you for the goblin spell as well, and then all the 1-ofs, you have Gaddock, Sheeply, Mace, Akihiron, Trihorn, and the Combination King. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, technically 11 1-card starters in the deck, and then obviously a couple bricks. But these guys are really good. This guy lets you attack directly and add all your resources back and all of that.
Nice.
And then for the spells, the best card, like Bone Party, is just crazy. It lets you dodge Veil or Imperm, or you just don't, and then you keep playing through. I play 2 Fusion. You don't always want to brick on it. Like, it feels bad sometimes when you only open all normal summons or only all monsters. You're like, man, I wish I had the 3rd Fusion for consistency. But you actually brick on it more because you only can use it once per turn. And then the Honorary Field Spell. And then 3 more extenders, because you play 2 Goblin for this. This also lets you dodge hand traps because you distribute a monster, and you can summon the Goblin from the Memento Goblin because it's a Goblin monster, and you just have to summon a Goblin. And it was fun because one time I got purrelyed, and this was my only way of playing. So I actually set a hand trap, he didn't get the draw, and then I used this, and then I full comboed and then give him a draw. Yeah. So it's interesting because the deck can just play around all the hand traps based on what your hand is. One guy double purrelyed me, and he hand looped himself. I made the whole board, and I didn't give him a draw. So sometimes you do have to give him 1 or 2 draws based on what your hand is. And then I didn't play any like extra cards or anything. I cut the trap cards.
Glory onto you is now following me on Twitch. Thank you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Because Ryzeal and all these other cards, I just want hand traps. So I main deck 3 Fua, 3 Veiler, 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, and then I played 2 Nib, 1 Ogre, and 1 Mourner. The 2 Nib was because you don't want to brick on this because it only works if you draw both of
Guard
with
effect
these,
is insane
right?
against
And sometimes
Kunpai.
you don't
You
get
just
to nib
target
them because if
whatever
you double hand trap
fire
with this,
monster.
like Nib's dead. The 1 Ogre is just good. Deception, Ryzeal card, like you can hit Duo Drive, just like that, and you know sometimes you could
Guard
ogre other
effect is
cards.
insane against
And then
Kunpai.
I
You
was
just
struggling with siding patterns, and I know you should play 40. And if you notice, like to play more hand traps, I had to cut Prosperity, Rota, like consistent cards, and I didn't want to play 41, but siding was like really hard because of the side deck card. So I played the 1 Mourner because Snake Eyes can be sometimes iffy, and just another like Veiler or Imperm, and help with siding a lot.
Very nice.
For the extra deck, play 3 Creation
What's the
King.
main deck count, by the way?
Oh, 41, sorry.
41 over
Yeah,
spread.
yeah, this was the extra 41 card for siding. Because you want to play 40 because it's a fusion deck, so you technically need names.
Yeah.
And that's how I lost in top 32. You play 3 Creation King, you can't play 2, because you always make the first one, you send 1 to search the field spell, and then say you can't get this guy back in the grave or rotation, and like they interact with you, you need to be able to summon a 3rd one from the extra deck with Sheeply. Like that's what happened, where I summoned 1, sent this, he Ultimate Slayered this, and then I just went use Bone Party, get Sheeply. Sheeply made this, and then he couldn't out it. 2 of this guy, usually you only need 1, but sometimes either like Unicorn or weirdly where they hand trap you in 1 stuck in the grave, you need to have another name to make with just 2 names. And then the honorary one is Garden Chimera. You used to not make it too much, but nowadays with Ryzeal you make it a lot because you go like pop 2 with this when they make 2 4s. Then you can go like the Bone Party into the Trihorn because this is like a Icarus attack. If it leaves the field, you can target a Memento. You control 2 cards. They control pop. I play aside the trap card to pop 2 more, and then somehow if they still put 2 4s on the field, you make this and then pop the last 2, and they're out of monsters.
That makes
and then one of this. Herald, you make this because you make with Goblin and Gaddock, or you use Mace into this, and Selena make this. When you're scared of like spells or traps, or you don't think they have Nib, you have this, and it's a spell negate, and it's not once per turn. So you add the mace, discard the mace to negate a spell and trap, and then you can go in your combo. You can trigger him to come back, because he comes back anytime the card is destroyed by a card effect, right? So you come in him back, and then you pop him with your cards, and then he'll add back the mace, so you can negate another spell or trap.
I know the Ryzeal matchup is crazy. I like how you're here, Dom.
IP never made it.
This is for you.
I mean, I guess you can sometimes, but it's just there. SP, you really need it to make play around nib, so that's why it's either usually end on this or this, if you have nib, which saved me a lot a couple times. I played a dark. I used to play Lina before I made concessions with the last couple cards, and I never summoned this card. There's no Snake Eyes, no dark cards. I played 2 Malice, but never came up, and I do regret not playing Lina. I cut it. Either when I nib them or you nib me, and that's a light token. I Mace is a light, but Lina came up because there's so much Fiendsmith in the format, and this card was never makeable. And then the Selene access code, it's weird OTKs under barrier, and then if you're in a grind game, you can make this. That was what I'm saying, like if I had Lina, I could have went Lina into this, bring back Witch Search, and I full combo again. Like Dark was just unplayable. One Typhon, it beats nib, and then it really helps when you're breaking the Ryzeal board. You like play through their stuff, and then when you break everything, you
found my Mulcharmy.
You attack over the Duel.
We did it. That's $110. I did not lose.
Play on their turn. And then the concession
there's the beautiful bastard.
Is kind of a problematic card.
I was like, I knew I did not just misplace this motherfucker.
So I need to make a concession, and I did not regret this.
The Hawk Fuwa
came up when I drew it. It was crazy. And then for the side.
You're wondering why I was so locked in, because I'm like, I want to find this Mulcharmy. Like,
and that was the reason for the one Mourner. Like when Mourner was bad, Ogre went in, or like the third nib. Like I left it.
It's like murder suspects. If it's after the first 24 hours, your chance of finding it drastically goes down.
The 3 Ulti Slayer, it was strictly for Ryzeal, and then for going first, I had 1 Call by the Grave because of Shifter. I had 1 Fracture Dance. I cut the combination card.
YuGiOh Commander, yo, Meta, I was just got done with my YCS video, gonna post it tomorrow. I cannot wait to watch that. I'll definitely review or watch that on stream. It was really cool to see that you were out there with Josh Schmidt too. You're going to all those events, man. You're really out here, man. I also saw you come through for the BANLIST stream. I didn't even see you. There were so many people in the chat. I didn't even see when you chatted yesterday. I would, or else I would have said hi. I saw when I was watching the VOD that you came through. I'm like, damn, I didn't even see Commander came through.
I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's continuous.
Hope you're doing well, brother.
Like negate.
Hope your trip you know went well back there and back.
Apo, but it negates on field, and everyone was playing Ogre. You can't get
maybe
to
now
it.
I play Memento again. PM this profile on Discord so I can watch it later again. Sure thing, I got you, homie.
If they hand trap you all the time, and then you need the big guy on the field where this card doesn't. So I made a concession of just cutting that card for this, and this card is really good. I enjoyed popping a Sangan Summoning and then popping a Chandra, so I don't regret that choice. And then the final cards is 2 Thrust, a Barrier, a Threatening Roar, and a Daruma Cannon. Unfortunately, I had to make a concession. His tiding was hard. I only played
so many concessions being made with
the
this deck list.
Ryzeal Threatening Roar is for Tempai, and this has overlapping. Like if you want, so instead of playing 3 thrusts, if you don't break on this, like if you open one, you set the other. This has overlapping thing, but this is really for Malice. It's a Link Climb deck, Daruma Cannon, and I guess Snake Eyes too. So it has more implicability. So that was the side.
All right, one more deck profile, and then we're playing a game. Do not worry.
Yeah, hopefully. Break the curse to top 32. I've top 32 the last 3 events, and I bricked all 3.
Oh man, you're gonna break that curse soon, man.
Yeah, hopefully.
Until next time, everyone.
All right, thanks.
I'm not sure who else to watch though.
Portal here at YCS Anaheim, California, 2024. My goodness, with
I want to see him like justify playing pure Ryzeal over Fiendsmith.
Place contestant right here from the last YCS of the year. My goodness, yeah, please give yourself to the world.
Your first video that's gonna be for the 10K stream.
I'm Michael Aviles.
We'll definitely review some old MetaGamesGX bangers there.
First YCS ever. Yeah, first YCS ever. Only been playing for like a year and a half. So yeah, played Ryzeal. Just took a win, came for fun, and yeah, top 4.
Well, what made you decide to play Ryzeal?
That's fucking crazy. Good for him. Wild player.
I really like control and like simple decks. I was playing YuGiOh and I just too much brain thought. So I was just like, you know what, might as well bring Ryzeal. I love rank 4s. Yeah, pretty much it.
And what an amazing choice, like right as the ban list just drops, you know, you can probably carry your deck over, right?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Well, before we jump into the top 4 deck list, any shoutouts?
Yeah, shout out everybody from my locals, Paper Hero Games. Shout out Oscar. Shout out my brother Alex. Shout out Ro. Shout out Jay Antonio, Mike, all of them. It's always fun.
Glory onto you. Exactly why I play Master Duel. $100, $110 a card equals 30 UR. Got a family to feed. 100%. And that's why at the end of the day, even though like Master Duel is not exactly like there is like pay to win aspects of it, I think overall it's a lot better than even the TCG situation, because at the end of the day, you'll only have to spend 30 URs on a Fuwa.
Homies, yeah.
Sweet. Without further ado, please show us the top 4 you.
Yeah, so engine for this is standard, 3 ice, 3 X, 3 sword, 1 node, and then you play the 1 cross, 1 plug-in, and 1 plasma hole.
Okay.
You can play 2. Yeah, it comes up sometimes, but you don't really need it.
Nice.
That is it for the engine. And then I've played, I think it was 3, 6, 9, 12 engine. Rest was all hand traps and just like consistency pieces. So for hand traps, I played 3 Fuwalos. Decided this was better than purrely because I wanted to stop my opponent. And this was perfect to do it. 3 Ash, standard, counters these, counters purrely. It's really good in the meta right now. 3 Infinite Impermanence. I really wanted to see this combination a lot. So I played 3. I saw a lot.
Yeah, I do think this is like the best hand trap combination Ryzeal. If I see all 3 of these cards, I'm winning every game.
Top 32. Off this.
It's all good, no hard feelings. Your first video, the self roast, probably couldn't afford it, but same. Wait, Branded run YCS? What do you mean? OMG, I hate watching my first videos. No, Branded has won a YCS in the past. It just didn't win like any recent ones.
And it was just insane. Played 2 Nib. Nib is crazy this format.
Then the TCG rewards are pretty ass. You're not wrong. I mean, they got a little better this year, but they need to still do better if they want people to seriously take their competitive scene.
Against Malice, it's auto win. Against Snake Eye, they don't have any Omnis, auto win. 2 Effect Veiler. I was thinking of cutting this to 1 because it's kind of weird. I didn't really see it that much. I had it for like cross out and stuff like that, but it did all right. And then these 2 were MVPs. Ogre, I only played 1-0s, but I saw these so much. And draw against Ryzeal, just like punish them. If they go X to search, you just draw them, and then they have to use. They don't get follow up. Ogre is like so many things. Against Fiendsmith, they would go a Gunday, and I would they would go a Gunday effect to bring back the fusion. Pop it. It pops field spell, pops a bunch of things. It was really good overall. That is it for hand traps.
What was the main deck count?
40. I played 40. Wanted to be as consistent as possible. I didn't want to.
We know that you did your 4th place, so 3rd and 4th, you know, fight off. But what happened in top 4?
So top 4, I placed Tenpai. The guy just had the night. Tenpai is one of those decks where like they either have it or they don't. Yeah, no complaints there.
No offense to whoever did this deck profile, but it's a bad deck profile.
Then I played.
There's just 3 minutes of talking about the rounds right there. I don't know. It's just something you should do at the end of it, and also the
Desire.
cards being turned around.
Pretty surprised this survived BANLIST.
yeah, yeah.
It's not the player's fault at all. It's just
They were super cheap.
if you're doing a
They were
deck
super
profile, at
cheap
least like
because the guy didn't want to sell it to me at first because he was like, ah, and then I ended up buying them, and there's yeah, I got a deal on them. 3 desires. This card is like very like it made me win games and it made me lost games.
Also a backfire.
Yeah, it's hit or miss, and I didn't really like it. Most of the time, it saved me, but then there's other times where like I just ran out of names because of this, and I just banished them. There was also a lot of times where I draw 2 and then just drew into like nothing, and then so like I just passed. But there's no other card that you can play right now for consistency, and I think I wouldn't change it. And then the 1-ups, I played 1
adds a lot of personality though, I guess.
prosp for consistency.
Well, that's the thing about deck profiles. They're better when they're raw. Like, that's the thing. Anyone can just pick up a camera and do a deck profile. That's like the magic of it.
Actually really, really good. You don't get to draw because this deck does like to draw a lot, but if you don't have a starter, searching this is amazing. The 1 talents, I played this over called by because I was really scared of talents going first. Ryzeal plays into talents, and I wanted to either, if I had it, use it, or if I didn't and I had cross out, I can cross it out, and then so that way it wouldn't affect me. And then the 1 small world for consistency. I didn't want to play.
This was
3 of
similar
these.
to my list.
You go -1 most of the time every time you play it. So if I drew it, it was mainly for like.
This was basically identical
I
to my
wanted to at least
regional
have
list.
a play.
Sweet. And that was 40 cards.
Yep.
Extra deck?
Extra deck would be here. Standard.
Maybe other games. I'd say to watch my Ryzeal deck list, but I filmed in Spanish because I was tired and didn't feel like translating my every thought. I was gonna say, if I could understand, I'd definitely do it. You could post it in the deck list. I could check it out for a second.
2 detonator. I was thinking about playing 3.
So how's it going,
sometimes you
Baby
pitch it
Otter
off
Games?
X.
Nice to see you in the chat.
But it didn't really come up, and you can always recycle it back with cross. And then the 3 duo. Broken card, you gotta stop it, searches you too. It auto wins you the game if they don't like stop it. It's really busted. Then I played a bunch of rank 4s. I played Exodia Knight. This won me my top 16 against Malice. He set up a full board. I played through it. He left me with 2 rank 4s. Made it and then just blew up everything. He had no cards in hand, so we were both top decking. And I top decked into a plugin. I used plugin, revive, and I just went full combo from there and won. So I wouldn't change it. This card was absolutely amazing. 1 Baguska. It's really good in the mirror. You can soft lock your opponent with this card. With this and Starliege. You can set up a board of Baguska and Starliege with cross and duo drive, and they can't break it because it's like can't be targeted, can't be destroyed. You have cross negate. It was just like really good soft lock. It won me actually it won me my round 11. That if I would have lost, I wouldn't have been in top 4. So I was yeah. The 1 Dugaris. You go into the combo. The reborn effect comes up sometimes, but you just use it to draw 2, discard 1. Tornado Dragon. This is really good for baiting out like people that would set 1 before I can go full combo. So it was really, really good to play.
Grabbing some water.
Castel. Use this one to out Desiree and like branded matchups and stuff like that because it shuffles into the deck, and I didn't want them to get their like graveyard effects. So it was a really good card. Came up once or twice. Yeah. 1 Light Dragon. Non-target pop. It's really, really good. Sometimes you summon this over Castel because you just need something to pop something, and it's 300 attack points bigger, so it's easier to go for game. And then Dweller. This was MVP of the whole entire day. There was a lot of Fiendsmith, like Fiendsmith YuGiOh, Fiendsmith kashtira, and they Didn't see any Ritual Beast, lots of Malice, so
All right, let's do a branded Azamina game at the very least. Oh shit, wanted. You go Black Witch, search the Deception. We can go Deception. Effect Tribute the Black Witch, get the Hollowed. Make the Muricielago. Get a Wanted. Probably didn't have to go Moo there, to be honest. That was kind of like pointless, but whatever. We can go opening, get the Quem here. Get the branded fusion. Go for retribution, get the branded fusion. Go for a Luber so we can get some more card advantage. Apparently I'm playing Banishment in this build. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're even locking in this build, to be honest. He has Nib, I think. Albion, Chainlink 2, Quem, grab the Cartesia. Now we have an Omni Negate to play around whatever he has. That's why I really do like the Azamina stuff in Branded, because it just, like, forces out interruptions, which is kind of what you need sometimes. Gives you extra bodies, too. I guess we just dumped the Book of Eclipse, even though that's, like, a decent interruption. Then we can go Cartesia. We don't have, unfortunately. Oh yeah, I'm not even running the double Guignol in here. Wow. Maybe I don't need the Moo, but the Moo is quite good. Ah, yeah, so it is an ad-lib angle in the stack. I got it. The issue is not having Branded lost here, I think, for sure. But I guess, like, the Silvera plays basically the role that that would play. And then we can go Albion, get the Branded Banishment. Which would allow us to loop the Mirror Jade twice. Oh my god, dude, I hate this deck. Of course it's Malice. That's why I like Branded, it's just like, oh god. Sometimes this format. I don't have a way to lad here. It's like, why am I running in this build again? Like, this is a terrible situation, just making this blind into Malice. Like an all banishing board. Maybe I just can't do that anymore. Okay. Well, at least I can banish it when it comes back, I guess. See, this is why you need the puppet, because like, how are you looping triple Mirror Jade versus fucking Malice? That is not what I meant to do, but whatever. I literally fucking misclicked on... Oh my god, YuGiOh sometimes, man. I also shouldn't have used the Fall in the Balbaz, but whatever. Yeah, I just like fucked that whole sequencing up. Brandon Master Race. So is there Baby Otter games as Wait. I didn't have a target anymore, fuck. It's just like supremely annoying. Remember, guys, if you want to help support the channel today, pick up a YouTube membership or a Twitch sub. Help support the channel. You get a bunch of great benefits. Check out that TCG player affiliate link down below as well. Andy is Impulse. What a Chad. And I get to no I don't. Well, I can't even fucking gimmick lock with no cards in hand. That's awesome. At least I could just make a Borreload on whatever his normal is. Never mind. He just has the best fucking normal in his whole deck. That's awesome. I think Renbrum actually might just solve my issues here, to be honest. But this is not good. Yeah, and then he just has the fucking field spell. I mean, we kind of lost to that one misplay, but that's alright. I'm gonna chill on Ryzeal now, guys. We've been playing Branded for like 4 hours. I need to play something else. We'll play some more Branded as I just need to refresh. Currently swamped with work in my son in tournaments. Well, hey man, seems like you're juggling it all, as well as finishing designing my own TCG. Really? That's awesome. I'd love to try it out. Least I could do for a MetaGamesGX viewer. So you have experience on both decks. I can definitely play around everything Ryzeal can do, but it takes much more brain power. Ryzeal is good, however, I think Brandon may have an extremely good matchup, even with Puppet Ban. I think Brandon is just going to be far better this format. I agree, it's just that Malice matchup, and you can obviously prepare for it. Like, they have very obvious jump points, like, we could just go fucking whatever. We could just go Lancia, Turbo, you know? We need Puppet for that deck, actually. Like, there is an in-game, like, there is already a Puppet. There's just Artifact Lancia for that deck, you know? All right. So we're gonna queue here in a second with some Ryzeal. Do some more Melodious. I don't know the Fiendsmith combos yet. I was trying to watch that spreadsheet guide earlier by DB, but it wasn't really helping, to be honest. Gotta just like sit down. We'll be queuing in a minute here, guys. Don't worry. Baby Otter Games, you're a Renaissance man. You're a man of many talents. Family man by day, TCG player by night, and creator by midday. MetaGamesGX viewer by mid-afternoon. Actually, it's night. Probably, I don't know where you are, but I know you've mentioned it before, but my bad memory sometimes gets the best of me. 12 a.m. here, yeah. So you're an hour ahead of. An hour ahead of me. The late night MetaGamesGX hour. I don't know what I'm trying to... Yeah, we'll just go into a game now. This hand's really good. It's, like, pretty good. I just wish I had, like, more Charmy. Is my man home? Fiendsmith tracked. I mean, I just wait for Ash. Oh my god, he opened the... That's so good. Pretty sure we're just going against Ryzeal Fiendsmith here. Do you know anyone who's potentially interested in working on a YuGiOh fanfic? I don't personally, but I know there's discords for people like, or for people interested in those types of things. Probably more of those anime discords, right? How did I know he was on Ryzeal? I think this is correct. I could be wrong. Because he might just be able to go full combo. Just normal sword is so sus. Yeah, going normal sword then X, like, is so cringe. Well, also, I guess he did because it... So he didn't get locked. So I guess, like, he's now all into Ryzeal combo. But, like, he's, like, full Ryzeal combo after, like, baiting 2 hand traps. That's why, like, this version is so annoying. Six counters to brand fusion is insane, says Lurmashu. How's it going, Lurmashu? Nice to see you, dude. Pretty sure I just lose with this board, but I could be wrong. I could be able to play this out. It just depends. I don't know. I don't have talents is the issue, but if I like top deck Imperm, that's pretty good. Making the... Wow, well... Yeah, I think I out this board. Nib is a terrible top deck here, but at least we go Ostinato. Then we can go Baka Effect, Special Summon out Refrain. Alright, gotta go see y'all. You have X, you're fine, says Baby Otters. Yeah, I thought he was ending on Fiendsmith stuff too. That's why I was like, oh. Go Refrain Effect, get the Diva. And here I can start just like doing SP plays. Did he search Switch? This is why, like, Melodious Ryzeal is way better. At least, like, or rather than Pure, because at least I can, like, bait. I could not do this on Pure. And now I can just go full combo. So we are chilling. Yeah, no, I just feel like whoever goes second in the Ryzeal mirror typically wins, but it really just depends on the match or the variant too nowadays. So he did have an Imperm there. But we have like more than enough to kill him. As long as he doesn't just go like nib. So what, 4,055 and then 60, 72. I just special summon this, go game. Oh, I can't attack with anything? What the fuck? Well, whatever. I need to start reading, like, like, what prevents me from not fucking attacking? Oh, is it Ostinato? Like, is there something with the Melodious cards? Like, I don't, whatever. I still win this board state, but that's just, like, high-key annoying, but whatever. I mean, we still had it. Now I have to side in my crossout package. Maybe I could just take out the Astronaut. I don't know. I think they're way too good, honestly. Side out going second. Maybe. It's like, it seems like the only thing I can actually side out. It's just kind of crazy. That's an interesting hand. I'm definitely, yeah, ashing the shit out of that. Sure. That's fine. What, does he have another thrust? Oh, he literally doesn't have a play, that's why. See, this is what I'm talking about, where I've played more GOAT format in the last, like, 2 days than any other time in my life. This is quite literally, like, worse than GOAT format in terms of just, like, the power level sometimes that you get to with these decks. It's crazy. Did you... I banished his, detonator with SP. So it was gonna come back, but it was gonna have no material, so... Wow, he's not even gonna take the Charmy challenge. That's crazy. He probably has D-barrier, that's why. But at least I have cross out, so this should be fine. Yeah, definitely calling Imperm here. He probably... Oh, he has double Imperm. That's crazy. At least I just go battle phase, but then he just goes fucking Engraver. Oh gosh, I did not mean to not set Imperm. Well, I guess I lose now. That was just a misclick. It's okay. I don't know, man. I just like side out all my hand traps, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy out here. What we're doing. Even though you need hand traps, though. You, like, need... I don't know. We'll see. Oh, it's because of SP, yeah. Guys, remember, I am a fusion player. I've played Branded for the last 2 years. Obviously, I've been playing other decks, but, like, even the decks the other decks I've played, like Mermail. TEARLAMENT does use SP a lot, but it's been a minute, so yeah. No, I'm just tired. I wasn't thinking about it. It was definitely SP. I just forgot. I wasn't thinking. I mean, yeah, this is like a perfect hand for the mirror. Alright, now we're talking. Normal summon ice. What can we spec here? Just another sword, I guess. Not really. That's not even that good. You can go node here for the big ass dead. Oh, if he had nib there, that would have been actually disgusting, but he apparently does not. That was like a sick nib angle if he could have done it. I don't like just ending on this for the mirror. I think I actually have to go cross, or plug in rather. But then I'm going neg. I should have put that in the imperm column, but it's fine. I just hate how, like, X outs this. Like, you actually need to end on Baguska in the mirror, I think. That's why I think the Photon is also very good in the mirror, but, like, this wasn't a board where I could... I mean, I could have ended on it, but I would have went neg. Yeah, I was about to say, I definitely just win that. Unless he has, like, nothing. Cool. Alright, unless he had something, rather. Yeah, moneyless. I get it, obviously. I mean, I've played with... I know SP, but it's just, like, one of those things when you're thinking about it in the moment. It's like, oh, why? Nice. Well, I can double... I mean, we have enough interruptions to turn skip him, probably. The issue is I don't have another extender. Oh god, pitch angler is crazy. Definitely ashing that. And then... Imperm on Toad. Or Swap Frog. Now I'm putting him on, like, normal. And if he goes Gigantic Spray here, I just imperm it. I'm like on nothing though, that's the issue. The hell? He's going into the Zeus mode. I think this is gonna work how I want it to. Nothing. Let's go. But this is like that simplified board stay I'm talking to you guys about that Ryzeal always gets to. Damn, set pass is crazy. Although this board state isn't any better, or my board isn't any better. At least I have the biggest vanilla, right, guys? Oh, not the... Wow, setting Ash. Desperate are we? I guess I could set up SP Little Knight. I should... Yeah, I should have done Haggard plays. I should have done Haggard into SP, I think. I think he's about to do that. Or he's just gonna make SP, but I don't know what that would do. Oh, that's a big dude. Well, I couldn't really do much about that one. Oh, Ostinato's kind of good. It's like really good here. Gives me a big ass body and it forces him to interrupt it. Oh, he does have the droplet. That's crazy. But then I can go normal summon into SP. And then I go body. See, that play is so clean. That's why I love this deck, man. So good. Or I love the Melodious stuff ever since I started using it. It's actually crazy. It's almost as good as the Fiendsmith stuff. I think the Fiendsmith stuff just has a slight edge in the grind game, so that's why it's like preferable. But like you run more bricks, so like I don't know. Like none of these cards are bricks. Like these are not bricks. What's up, everybody in the chat? We got 46 people watching right now. Appreciate it. 96 likes in the chat, though, guys. Leave one more like or 4 more likes until we hit our like goal here. So we're going against Sprite, so that means purrely is gonna cook. Also need cross out D barrier. I just don't like siding out the Ostinato stuff just because it's so good. Also, Nib sucks in this matchup, so I feel like I can side that out. This is the battle of the hand traps. You got it. That's this format, man. Ogre and Perm, I'll take it. Normal summon Caddy is crazy with no effect. Yeah, the gigantic spray thing is a little annoying, but I don't really know what else I could have done about that. Wait, Ogre on Sprite? Holy shit, I had no clue that was an interaction. I had no clue if you Ogre gigantic spray, it just stopped the summoning. Holy. I did not play enough during that format, apparently, with Ogre. That was crazy. It actually checks to be on field. That's so shitty. I hope he ogres me again. Alright, I hope I can ogre him again. Let's go. That's so crazy. I've never seen a higher value card than ogre there, wow. And then Ostinato top deck. And I have cross out for that, buddy. And he just quits. Oh my god. So we did just lose or win 2 on that one. It doesn't detach for cost like Duo Drive. That's why I got it. Wow, Ogre's so good. I really like this list we've made. This is so much better than my regional list. It's crazy. You just need ways to make like SP going second and generating bodies while doing it, so you're like going plus while like playing through engine, so it's like your opponent has to address it, but when they address it they go neg. So it's just like that's what Ostinato does, and it's incredible top deck. It's like actually my best, like the best top deck in my deck. We'll go bonfire here. Where's the droll? Send the aggregator, go X. Then make detonator and pass on 4. Hope this is enough. What are your top 2 music genres and which bands do you like for those genres? I like rap and rock, and like it can be really like any kind of part of rap and rock kind of thing. Wow, this sucks. Why does it always have to be the Ryzeal mirror matches, dude? So, like, I have a lot. I think Turnover, like, brand new. Front Bottoms, those are some of my favorite, like, rock bands. Also, like, Saturdays at Your Place, Hot Mulligan have been very good lately, too. I want to imperm this because the way he's playing, it makes me feel like he doesn't have another follow-up. I could be wrong. No, he didn't. Got it. Yeah, no, I was like, fuck it, let's find out. Brockhampton, I used to like a lot for rap, but that group isn't really around anymore. And just depends. I think like rap is kind of stale nowadays. So also this guy just desires to my imperm column. That's so crazy. Also, now I get to go detonator. That's so crazy. I just made this guy go Omega Neg. I might have a chance now. Hot Mulligan is like my favorite one right now. What about you, YuGiOh Commander? He just played it well and he baited it. My issue is the field spell here. He still isn't fucking normal. That's so crazy. Yeah, he just has it. There's no way. There's no way he doesn't. I actually just like despise the mirror match right now. It's probably a sign of me. Probably should get off soon, but. Yeah, this hand's really good. This hand definitely gets it done. Am I just like... I go Haggard. Yeah, and then I get a draw. But why did I get the search? That's why I'm very confused. Like, where... Like, I should be searching the other one, but whatever. Am I getting drolled here too? It's so crazy. It's like, okay, I'm gonna debury your ass next turn. And I'll have follow-up too. Brand new brings me back. Go ice here. Being Fuwalos, but I also have Ash. Get X here. Just make a fucking huge ass detonator, I guess. I don't know. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. Just make 2 rank 4s that can do stuff. There's no way Nib is real, right? Yeah, I knew I had the cannon, the extra. I knew something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. It's kind of wild sighting out bonfires, honestly. But I don't know, the Austin auto package is so good. It just like always gets me there anyway. Dude, you need to listen to the band Can't Swim. If you like those guys, you'd love them for sure. I think I've listened to them. Like, it sounds very familiar, so I'll definitely like... I mean, he's just baiting me here. I guarantee it into like a D barrier. Oh no, he was bluffing. That was just legitimately a normal summon pass type of board. Damn, this hand is acceptable. That's a rank 4. I could also make Exoton, funny enough. I think that's incorrect. I mean, I'm sure he has Imperm set. No, he has Valor. I mean, I get to clear his body at least. He doesn't have another sword, so he's definitely on top deck. I have Ogre, I guess, for the duo drive if he does end up going somewhere, which isn't the worst. It's just this isn't still the best. Like, if he has somehow, like, like normal summon ice, I'm like, damn, I'm dead. Can I please search? Jesus. I have a silly thing I'm gonna do. I'm normal summoning Molcharmy, so I can actually have a 4 on board that he has to get rid of, that I could normal summon into, like, another rank 4 if he doesn't draw a body. Plus, it's a little dude. It's a little jellyfish with 300. It's the littlest jellyfish that could. And see, this plays around, like, set Imperm right here. Let's try to resolve it. Oh, he just has D barrier. That's so crazy. I shouldn't put this in the extra monster zone though, because I can't. I would just make an SP plus this. That would be way better. Apparently, I cannot have good things. My army of Molcharmies. They will take me to victory. They're the mightiest jellyfish that ever could. It's been a while since I've attacked with 100 attack point monsters. This is terrible. Like, I'm so dead here. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. We are officially big chilling. Oh, he has Ash for that. That's whatever, man. I don't. That's crazy stopping Duo Driver like 5 times. Was that? I mean, can I go for OTK? Yeah, I can go for OTK. Yeah, normal summon Mulcharmies. The fact they're level 4s, man, that really makes a difference sometimes. I would listen to that band right now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Commander, if it wasn't copyrighted. Remember, guys, make sure to leave a like on the stream. I'm pretty sure we are going to be at 100 likes if I go check that right now. Did we hit it? We are at 97. 3 likes away from 100 likes. Make sure to leave a like if you have not already. Also, if you want to help support the channel, click the join button down below. Grab a membership. Help support the channel. Help keep up these almost daily Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams. Can't do it without your guys' continued support. So I do appreciate y'all coming through the stream very heavily the last, like, 2 days or so. Very much do appreciate it. Keeping the energy alive. Wow, this deck is so good. Like, sure, I'll just, like, kill a Malice player and go full combo. I'm getting double Fuwalos here? God. At least that, like, gets me bodies. That's, like, not terrible. That's, like, not horrible. It gets me follow-up. I mean, I have Imperm Nib. Like, it should get me there. Holy Ryzeal. Is this about to be the whole format? Yeah. Tribute Summon Engraver, what about it? Tribute Summon Engraver is a good point. Maniac TTV. That's actually a really good point. But that's also why I said it's correct to... I don't know if you heard that before, but I think it's 100% correct to DD Vice King lock after they normal summon, so they can't do that exactly. So if you do it correctly, you won't play into it, you know? Tornado Dragon's so funny, man. This man thinks he's living through a Nibiru. That's crazy. He definitely has follow-up. I knew he had the fucking node, but, like, there's no reason why he should. I'm surprised he's still going duo drive here. He can't make a rank 4. Unless he has ice, which he could search. Oh well, of course he did that. He did have the out. Main deck Ultimate Slayer is so troll. Like what is this shit? They have to normal summon at some point, so it's like by the time... I mean, I get it. But you can also play around the engraver in hand by that. Like, they have to have a second engraver in hand at that point. So it's like, if they just open the second engraver, sure. But also, Fiendsmith's not even... I mean, it just depends. Double Fuwa anyone? No. I mean, normal summon sword isn't even bad here. I'm sure he has something for this, but that's fine. Interesting. Send the aggregator. Go X. Go for the node, I guess. Even though that's follow-up? Nah, that's 2 Xyzes. That's why I'm going for the node. I think I'd just go Dugaris because I detach, yeah. It's probably the Ostinato. Now I get to go talents. And just like, oh, Talents is so good in this matchup. Wow. That's crazy. Who would have ever thought? But also, I don't even think this fixes my issue. So I have to go fucking Detonator. And just hope that clears his board, which I don't think it does. The Aggregator might help. I'm also dead. I have like no follow-up, to be honest. I think I messed up my sequencing. Maybe I should have gone for the draw too. I don't know. Now he has a +1. That's and he's just blowing me out with an ulti slayer. You love to see it. Once again, I hate the mirror match. This card's cool, but I don't need it. I could have done that the same thing with Dugaros. It's just like way better for the mirror match, the Star Leech card. Alright, it's like 12 a.m. I'm gonna get off, guys. Appreciate y'all coming through to the stream tonight and just chilling. That was fucking insane. Like 40 people the whole time. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Actually, maybe, do I want to keep chilling? I don't know. We can chill and play games, but... I don't know, I'm kind of like... Yeah, Ulti Slayer was crazy. I mean, my man was already main decking Breaker, Ryzeal. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get off. Have a good night, guys. Thank you all for coming through. Killer stream, Banger stream. Deck profile will be out tomorrow. Just an edited, like, more concise version of what was streamed today if you missed it. So, thank you all for making the stream killer. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub before. And, yeah, we will be seeing y'all later. We'll be back soon. Gonna try to hit that member goal. Leave a like. Also, make sure to... If you can support the channel, click the join button or get a Twitch sub or even just use the TCG player affiliate link down below on some purchases, some post-ban list purchases. Follow me on Twitter, all that fun stuff. Join the Discord. Thank you all. Very fun stream. A great like banger after banger stream. So thank you all. Bye-bye. Bye, guys. Bye, Dylan Chambers. Bye, Magic Geek. Bye, Maniac. Bye, YuGiOh Commander. Bye, Baby Otter. Boy. Bye, Monulus. Bye, EPA.